Good morning. The hearing board is in session. Today is Thursday, January 19th, 2017. We're meeting in the hearing room, SCAQMD headquarters in Diamond Bar. And the time is 9:09 a.m. We have some changes to the calendar today. Beta offshore case 5855-5 has been rescheduled to January 25th, 2017. SCAQMD versus Waste Management, Recycling, and Disposal Services of California, case 3824-14 has been rescheduled to February 2nd, 2017. And this morning we have Phillips 66 Company, case 4900-102. Who's representing Phillips?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, board members. It's Christopher Norton of Latham Watkins representing Phillips 66 Company in this matter.
Thank you. And representing the executive officer?
Teresa Barrera.
Thank you. Those who will be testifying, please rise to be sworn in. Raise your right hand. Do you promise to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Opening, Mr. Norton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Phillips 66 Company appears today seeking a short variance to inject steam into the crude unit heater at the Carson plant to stabilize the flame and reduce NOx emissions. The subject equipment is located at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson, California. It's part of the Los Angeles refinery, which consists of both the Carson and Wilmington plants, which are located about 5 miles apart and are connected by pipelines. The crude unit is the first unit used to process fuels at the Carson plant. The crude unit heats the crude oil as it first comes in so that it can be separated into usable parts. The crude unit heater is essential to the refinery. Without it, the ability of petitioner to process the crude into fuel products would be significantly diminished. New ultra-low NOx burners manufactured by Zeeco were installed in the unit at a cost of about $5 million. The sole goal of the project was to reduce NOx emissions. Responding to the December 2015 NOx shave, petitioner initiated a fast-track project to permit and install the ultra-low NOx burners in the crude unit heater by fall of 2016. In March of 2016, petitioner submitted a permit application to install the Zeeco burners. In support, Zeeco provided a performance guarantee of 19.8 ppm NOx without steam injection. Petitioner also worked with Zeeco and modeled the results of the burners before installation. On August 30th, 2016, the district issued a new facility permit to Phillips 66, allowing for installation of the new burners at the Carson plant. In October of 2016, the new Zeeco burners were installed in the crude unit heater during a planned major Carson plant turnaround. Plans all coming together at this point. The installation went well and without incident. In November of 2016, the crude unit heater was started up with the new burners. However, despite best efforts, the NOx emissions have been higher at about 45 ppm than the Zeeco guarantee of about 20. If normal rates are attempted at the crude unit, the burner flame will impinge on the heater tubes. Flame impingement can cause coking inside the tubes, since this is crude oil that's being heated and not water. The result of coke formation in the tubes could be sudden tube failure and a potential for fire at the refinery. The solution is steam injection into the burners at the crude unit heater. It's been done before. The steam would be mixed with the fuel before it enters the burner, and the steam should stabilize the flame in the crude unit heater and significantly reduce the NOx emissions. However, Phillips needs a variance for steam injection at this point. The old permit for the crude unit heater allowed for optional steam injection. However, the new permit does not. If we can show that steam injection will improve performance as expected and reduce NOx emissions significantly, then the district may allow the permit to be modified to allow for steam injection into the new Zeeco burners. We have to demonstrate it. If the burner performance with steam injection improves as expected, we request authority to continue with steam injection until the facility permit can be modified. This would result in the lowest NOx emissions during the period of the variance. The need for variance in this matter is beyond petitioner's reasonable control. Phillips 66 reasonably relied on the ZECO performance guarantee for the project. Petitioner also worked with ZECO and modeled the results before installation. Also, the application for change in permit condition has been submitted to the district. There are no excess emissions. This is an odd case. During the variance period, we expect the emissions to go down by 220 pounds per day under typical NOx conditions with the steam injection. Usually we're before you asking for a slight increase in NOx or something else before we get to the end of the project. In this case, we think that steam injection would result in an immediate NOx reduction. Once the facility permit can be modified and issued with the new equipment description for the crude unit heater with steam injection, petitioner should be in final compliance. Testifying in support of the petition is Marshall Waller and Steve Chi. Mr. Waller provides environmental support to the refinery, and Mr. Chi helped manage the project. We also have with us additional Phillips 66 personnel available to testify as needed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Ms. Barrera?
Good morning. The district does not oppose the issuance of this variance subject to imposition of conditions, although there are some concerns that they may not be able to make the technical requirements associated with the variance. In particular, I had some concerns about whether or not they moved for relief quickly enough. Because we believe that the variance will result in a reduction of emissions, and that is a rare type of variance because usually we do see variances leading to some sort of excess emissions. In the event that they cannot meet the sort of technical or strict requirements associated with getting a variance, the district has additionally filed a petition for an order for abatement that is currently set for hearing next Tuesday. That is case number 4900-103. As I said, I had some concerns about the diligence, but I think that'll just, hopefully those will be assuaged through the testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Norton, your first witness.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, could we please introduce some exhibits before I
Sure.
bring my witness? So you should have before you a small packet of additional exhibits. As a standard practice, we very much like to provide photos of the equipment to the hearing board members so they can get a real sense of what we're talking about. And in this case, we actually have photographs of the outside and the inside of the crude unit heater.
How would you like these marked?
I'd request that the exhibits attached to the petition be marked in order, exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Very good. We'll do that. So the first 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. First of all, there are 6 photos which will be marked exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4.
We should probably start with exhibit 6 for those.
Ah, you're right. There are 5 exhibits in the petition, so we'll have to start with number 6, and we have.
Mr. Chairman, would you like me to walk you through the exhibits that are attached to the petition so we can mark those?
Sure, let's do that.
Exhibit number 1 should be the original ZECO guarantee for the project without steam injection. Exhibit 2 is a copy of the facility permit, both the old version with optional steam injection and the new permit showing that it does not have that language. That's sort of the crux of the issue. The third exhibit is the new ZECO guarantee with steam injection. Exhibit number 4 are the emissions calculations for steam injection prepared by the Phillips 66 Company in support of the petition, showing a reduction of 220 pounds per day under typical conditions with steam injection.
You got this whole bunch together, I can't find these different people.
Oh, I'm sorry. These, we're actually talking about these for, I apologize, Senator. Yeah, and then we'll pick up on these when we get to 6. We're almost there.
I got it, okay.
Thank you. And Exhibit 5, we probably won't need, but we should probably still have it marked. These are original proposed short variance conditions before negotiation with the agency. And Mr. Camarena, the first photograph that we request be marked as Exhibit number 6 is a photograph of the exterior of the crude unit heater at the Carson plant. The second photo is a second photograph of the crude unit heater at the Carson plant, different perspective, showing the north and the south cells. The 8th exhibit is a photograph of the inside of a burner. This is before the project, north cell. So this is with steam injection at 100% firing, but these are with the old burners. It's interesting that we actually have these photos. It's a very good illustration. And so exhibit number 9 would be the south cell. And this again is,
No, no, we're marking them individually.
What's an I?
so I believe that we're, exhibit number 9 should read old Calidus burner at 100% firing with steam injection, south cell. So again, this is another before. Oh, certainly. And Rosalind, if you want me to back up at any point, I'd be happy to do so. The one that says old Calidus burners at 100% firing rate with steam injection, south cell. We good? Thank you. Number 10 would be the new Zico GLSF burners at a 94% firing rate without steam injection, north cell. In all cases, we're trying to go north cell, south cell, north cell, south cell. Number 11 would be the new Zico burners at 94% firing rate without steam injection. And notice how red the tubes are. We'll get there. But those are hot tubes. Exhibit number 12 would be the revised proposed short variance and OA conditions for the crude heater. And finally, exhibit number 13 is a copy of the permit application for change in equipment description that was submitted by Phillips 66 on December 30th of last year.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. The exhibits will be marked as indicated by Mr. Norton. We'll go off the record a few minutes to take a look at the proposed short variance conditions. We're back on the record. You may proceed, Mr. Norton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call Mr. Marshall Waller to testify. And just as background for the board members, Marshall Waller will be providing the bulk of the testimony in support of the 6 findings. We also have with us Steve Chi, who is the project manager for this particular project. He's going to have all the details about the burner and the installation and the modeling. I almost want to take the two and merge them together, but we can't do that. We have to take one witness at a time. Just please note that when we're done with the examination of Marshall Waller, we still have another witness talking in detail about the project.
Very good.
Mr. Waller, would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, it's Marshall Waller, M-A-R-S-H-A-L-L, Waller, W-A-L-L-E-R.
Mr. Waller, are you testifying under oath today?
Yes, I am.
What is your current position at Phillips 66?
I'm a senior environmental engineer in the environmental department, responsible for environmental compliance and monitoring rules and regulations.
And how long have you been employed by Phillips 66?
36 years.
My favorite question. I just love that one. In general, what are your duties in your current position, Mr. Waller?
Like I said, environmental compliance, and interfacing with the SCAQMD and other agencies on regulations and et cetera.
Are you also familiar with the petition for short variance that was filed in this matter?
Yes.
Are you generally familiar with the equipment that's the subject of this variance request?
Yes.
What facility is the subject of today's variance request?
Subject facility is the Phillips 66 Carson plant, which is located at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson, California. The Los Angeles refinery, or LAR, consists of 2 locations, Carson and Wilmington plants, which are located about 5 miles apart and connected by pipelines. Carson plant separates the crude oil into its primary fractions in the refining process and performs some sulfur removal as well as coke production. The Wilmington plant performs additional sulfur removal and produces finished fuel products.
Well, you testified that the Carson and Wilmington plants are separated by 5 miles and connected by pipeline. Are both the Wilmington and Carson plants part of the Phillips 66 Los Angeles refinery?
Yes. While permitted as separate facilities, the Carson and Wilmington plants function as a single refinery. Carson plant is necessary for the Los Angeles refinery to be a major producer of fuels and petroleum-derived products.
Let's talk about the equipment. What equipment at the facility is the subject of the variance petition?
Subject equipment consists of the crude unit heater, which is identified in our permit as equipment number D59 at the Carson plant.
And in general, what function does the crude unit perform at the Carson plant, Mr. Waller?
Crude unit is the first unit used at the Carson plant to process petroleum into fuels. More specifically, the crude unit is used to heat the crude so it can be separated into usable fractions such as naphtha, kerosene, diesel, and gas oil.
Is the crude unit heater essential to Carson plant operations?
Yes, crude unit heater is essential to Carson plant operations. Without the crude unit in service, the ability of the refinery to process crude into fuel products would be very significantly affected.
Mr. Waller, at this time, I'd like to call your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 6 by the hearing board. It appears to be a photograph of the crude unit heater at the Carson plant. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Is it a true and accurate representation of that unit?
Yes.
And could you please provide some overview testimony on the photograph for the members of the board?
This picture is taken looking northeast, so the heater, you can see, is kind of oriented east-west. We're referring to 2 cells of the heater. In this photograph, they're I guess you could say, the large rectangular portions. The south cell is nearest to the picture. The north cell is on the other side, of course. And then coming out the top is the stack.
Okay. Mr. Waller, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 7. Is this another view of the crude unit heater at the Carson plant?
Yes.
Is this a true and accurate representation of that unit?
Yes.
And is there anything that you could add here?
This photograph is looking pretty much due east. So the heater itself is there kind of to the right half of the picture. The 2 cells I'm referring to, you can see the ends of them. The south cell is directly above the person standing there. And then the north cell is right behind that portable light fixture there. On the left half of the photograph is the induced and forced draft fans, as well as the combustion air preheater, which exchanges heat with the hot flue gases to heat the combustion air going to the burners. The burners are located in the bottom of the heater. As you can see, you can actually walk underneath it because it's elevated. The burners are in the floor of the heater, and they point straight up into the two cells.
Anything more to add, Mr. Waller?
No.
Is there a regular maintenance and/or inspection schedule for this equipment?
Yes, the crude unit heater is thoroughly cleaned, inspected, and repaired as necessary during every major crude unit turnaround, which is approximately every 8 years. In between turnarounds, each burner is cleaned approximately twice per year to maintain efficient combustion and emissions performance.
What is the date of the last maintenance for the subject equipment?
Most recent crude unit major turnaround was performed in October of 2016.
Is this when the new burners were initially installed in the crude unit heater?
Yes. This is when the new burners were initially installed, yes.
And could you please describe the maintenance and/or inspections that were performed?
During the last turnaround, every burner was replaced with the new Zico GLSF type, which included all new refractory at the outlet of the burners. In addition, the entire heater, including the forced and induced draft fans, were clean, inspected, and other minor refractory repairs were completed. In addition, the combustion air preheater was washed and inspected.
And the burners were installed as part of the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
Yes.
What event initiated the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
On December 4th, 2015, the governing board voted to approve amendments to reclaim, known as the NOx shave. The rule amendments reduced the NOx emission allowances, or NOx RTCs, in the entire reclaim universe by about 12 tons per day over the next 7 years. In response to the NOx shave, Phillips 66 initiated a fast-track project to permit and install the ultra-low NOx burners in the Carson plant crude heater by the fall of 2016. If this could be achieved, then the ultra-low NOx burners could be installed at the crude unit heater during the planned turnaround at the Carson plant.
Did Phillips 66 submit a permit application to the district for the crude unit heater burner upgrade project?
Yes, in March of 2016, we submitted a permit application to the district to install 36 Zico GLSF ultra-low NOx burners in the crude unit heater. Zico provided a guarantee that the new ultra-low NOx burners would achieve an emissions concentration of 19.8 ppm of NOx at corrected to 3% excess oxygen without steam injection.
Thank you very much for that. And Mr. Waller, at this point, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 1 in this matter, attached to the petition itself. Mr. Waller, is this a copy of the original Zico performance guarantee for the new burners?
Yes.
I'd like to draw your attention to page 1. Is this dated April 22nd of 2016?
Yes.
Okay. And if you will flip to page 4 of 5 of this document, which admittedly is a bit confusing and busy. It's got much more information than what we need today. On page 4 of 5, under emissions information, it appears that we have predicted and guaranteed NOx values.
Correct.
Could you review those for the members of the board?
Well, on the left, under the large box labeled emissions information, you'll see on the left is the predicted column, which for the different cases of fuel gas quality or properties, because refinery fuel gas does vary over time, it's not constant. You can see that for the typical case of typical refinery fuel gas composition, then the low BTU and then the high BTU cases, they predict 13.9 ppm with a guarantee of 19.8, and then if their heater were to burn natural gas only, the predicted NOx would be a little bit lower at 11.9, but the guarantee is the same at 19.8. And then down below are the predicted emissions of other pollutants.
But I do note here, Mr. Waller, that under the guaranteed column, I see 19.8 in all columns. indicating the ZECO performance guarantee of 19.8 ppm NOx?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else to add on this exhibit, Mr. Waller?
No.
Thank you. Did the prior crude unit heater use steam injection for flame stabilization?
Yes, the prior burners in the crude unit heater previously utilized steam injection. The prior equipment description in the facility permit expressly allowed for optional steam injection into the burners at the crude unit heater.
Is steam injection into burners for flame control a common practice?
No, it's not common. For example, steam injection is only used at 2 heaters at the Carson plant. It is also used at approximately 6 heaters at the Wilmington plant. And moreover, Phillips 66 uses steam injection in only one other installation at one of our other refineries in the United States.
So your testimony is it's done, but it's not a common practice?
Correct.
Okay. Did the district issue a permit for the crude unit heater burner upgrade project?
Yes, on on August 30th, 2016, the district issued a new facility permit with the new equipment description allowing for the installation and operation of the new burners. While the prior facility permit allowed for optional steam injection, the equipment description for the new burners does not allow for steam injection.
Mr. Waller, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 2 attached to the petition itself. It appears that it has copies of both the old and new equipment descriptions for the crude unit heater, or the crude unit?
Yes.
Okay. So, Mr. Waller, the first page where it says old, like me, under heater crude oil, does it say optional steam injection on the third line?
Yes.
Okay, and I'd like you to flip the page to the equipment description of the crude unit in the current version of the facility permit. And do you see any language there about steam injection?
No.
Okay. Was the crude unit heater burner upgrade project implemented at the Carson plant?
Yes, we installed the new ZECO burners in the crude unit heater during the planned major Carson plant turnaround performed in October of 2016.
When were the new ZECO burners initially fired at the Carson plant?
In November of 2016, the crude unit heater was initially started up with the new burners in operation. However, despite our best efforts, the performance guaranteed by ZECO for NOx reduction cannot be achieved. In the field, the NOx emissions have been significantly higher than the predicted values from ZECO.
They're about 45 ppm? NOx?
Yes.
Is the firing rate at the crude unit heaters limited because of the ZECO burners?
Yes, if normal rates are attempted at the crude unit, the burner flame will impinge on the heater tubes in the crude unit heater. The flame impingement would result in coking of the inside of the tube and potential tube failure. The result would be a sudden equipment tube failure. This is an important safety issue. We have crude oil on the inside of the tubes, not just water. If there were a tube failure, then there is potential for a fire.
And I might note that
You have these wonderful photographs. Would you take a moment and just point to where these, the tubes that would be burned, are these the ones here?
yes, absolutely, and sorry for interrupt, but I think I also said I would love to merge my witnesses today. Mr. Chi is going to walk us through the inside of the burners and talk us about, about flame wash and all, But you're absolutely on the right track. Thank you. When were the new burners initially fired? I think you testified to this, but do you mind repeating yourself a bit? Was that November of 2016?
Yes.
And, okay, has the production at the Carson plant been reduced in response to this incident?
Yes, since startup of the Carson plant following the turnaround, the crude rate has been limited to about 120,000 barrels a day. For comparison, our capacity is 138,000 barrels per day.
Does the performance of the ZECO burners impact NOx emissions at the Carson plant?
Yes, in addition, the poor flame pattern in the burners results in NOx emissions of about 45 ppm at the reduced rate. This NOx concentration is significantly higher than the 19.8 of NOx without steam injection as guaranteed by ZECO.
So the Zico burners are producing 45 ppm of NOx when they were expected to produce only 19.8 with the performance guarantee, correct?
Correct.
And that seems to be mainly a product of flame wash, which Mr. Chi will testify about. Would steam injection help stabilize the flame produced by the Zico burners?
Yes, steam should help to resolve the issue. The steam would be mixed with the fuel before it enters the burner. We expect that steam would stabilize the flame in the heater and lead to significant reduction in NOx emissions.
Has Zico issued a new performance guaranteed with steam injection?
Yes,
Yes, Senator?
Question?
Hold on to the statement, should, the steam injection should reduce NOx.
we expect it to, yes.
But I'm gonna ask you a question about elaborating on that, what you expect.
Why don't we hold that till
I
he finishes?
will, I want to just hold on to that thought, though.
Okay.
It's an important thought. It is.
We were at, the steam would stabilize the flame.
Thank you. Has Zico issued a new performance guarantee with steam injection?
Yes, Zico has guaranteed that the burners will meet 18.8 ppm NOx with steam injection. In addition, Zico predicts that the burners will actually achieve 13.2 with steam injection during normal operating conditions.
Mr. Waller, I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit Number 3, attached to the petition. Is this a copy of the new Zico performance guarantee with steam injection?
Yes,
On the first page, I note a date of December 28th, 2016, correct?
correct.
And I'd like to have you flip to page 4 of 5, just as we did the last time. And when we look under the emissions information, what do we see here, Mr. Waller?
Like the previous guarantee, this is, you can see under the emissions information section. On the left is the predicted, on the right is guaranteed, and all cases for no matter what the fuel composition is, whether it's refinery fuel gas or natural gas, they're guaranteeing the 18.8 ppm.
And this is the new guarantee with the steam injection, correct?
Yes.
Okay. This. Has Phillips 66 injected steam into the Zico burners at the Carson plant in the past? Or, excuse me, has Phillips 66 injected steam into the Zico burners at the Carson plant?
No, the technical performance of the Zico burners with steam injection will need to be demonstrated in the field. The district has requested that we demonstrate the burner performance with steam injection at the Carson plant.
Has the district agreed to modify the permit to allow for steam injection for the burners?
Not yet. If we can show that steam injection will improve burner performance and reduce NOx emissions, then the district may allow, for the facility permit to be modified to allow for steam injection in the new burners.
So just to summarize, in the past, we've used steam and it worked. We have a performance guarantee from Zico, but we still have to demonstrate the project, correct?
Correct.
Why does Phillips 66 require a short variance in this matter?
To demonstrate burner performance, we must operate the burners with steam injection in violation of applicable district rules and permit conditions. If the burner performance with steam injection improves as expected, we request authority to continue with steam injection until the facility permit can be modified.
Is the steam injection expected to reduce NOx emissions from the new burners?
Yes. We anticipate that the injection of steam into the burner will significantly lower NOx emissions. Based on preliminary calculations, steam injection could reduce NOx emissions by 220 pounds per day under typical production conditions.
I'll just note for the board members that petitioners' emissions calculations, they're not excess emissions in this point, but they're the emissions calculations are attached to petition as Exhibit Number 4. And let's just flip to that very quickly, Mr. Waller. Is the conclusion of your calculations that with steam injection, that the NOx emissions at the crude unit heater should be reduced by approximately 220 pounds per day at normal operating conditions?
Yes.
Is it beyond Phillips 66's reasonable control to comply in this matter?
Yes, the need for a variance is beyond our reasonable control in this matter.
Why is the noncompliance beyond your reasonable control?
Phillips 66 reasonably relied on the ZECO performance guarantee for the project. We worked with ZECO on the project and modeled the results before installation. Despite our best efforts, the performance guaranteed by ZECO for NOx reduction cannot be achieved. To demonstrate burner performance with steam injection, we must operate the burners in violation of the equipment description in the facility permit for the crude unit heater. If the burner performance with steam injection improves as expected, we request authority to continue with the steam injection until the facility permit can be modified.
Is it possible to curtail operation instead of seeking a variance in this matter?
No, curtailment would not achieve compliance in this matter due to the permit condition requirements. We must inject steam in support of the application for change in equipment description for the crude unit heater to demonstrate burner performance.
Do you anticipate any excess emissions of criteria pollutants during the variance period?
We estimate no excess emissions. As I previously testified, the injection of steam into the burner at the crude unit heater would significantly lower NOx emissions in this matter.
Will Phillips 66 monitor for emissions during the variance period?
Yes, we will monitor emissions during the variance period.
Will you make your data available to the district?
Yes, we will make the monitoring data available to the district when we submit the source test results.
And has Phillips 66 worked with the district on revised proposed short variance conditions?
Yes, we have coordinated with the district on the development of the conditions.
And I believe those have been marked as exhibit number 12 for this matter, correct, Mr. Waller?
Yes.
Okay. Would Phillips 66 be economically harmed if the variance in this matter were denied?
Yes, currently the heater firing rate for the crude unit is limited because of the poor flame pattern from the burners, which results in impingement. Since startup of the plant following the major turnaround, the crude rate has been limited to about 120,000 barrels per day compared to a capacity of 138,000 barrels per day. We estimate that the reduced crude rate at the Carson plant results in a financial loss in excess of $100,000 per day.
Would the work under the variance lead to NOx reductions at the Carson plant?
Yes, steam injection is expected to significantly lower the NOx emissions from the burners and the crude unit heaters. As I previously testified, ZECO has now guaranteed that the burners will achieve a maximum of 18.8 ppm NOx with the steam injection.
In your opinion, Mr. Waller, would the granting of the short variance in this matter before the board benefit the environment?
Yes, the granting of the variance would result in no excess emissions. Injection of the steam into the burner at the Carson plant crude heater should significantly lower NOx emissions.
How does the Carson plant plan to achieve final compliance in this matter?
We have submitted the permit application for the change in equipment description for the crude unit heater to the district for review and consideration. Once the facility permit can be modified and issued with the new equipment description, we should be in final compliance in this matter.
And Mr. Waller, just note that exhibit number 13 is a copy of the application that was submitted. Mr. Waller, what's the date of that application?
December 30th of 2016.
So it's still pretty fresh.
Yes.
Okay. How much time does Phillips 66 need to resolve this technical issue with the burners?
We estimate around 30 days to demonstrate burner performance using steam injection. In addition, it may take the district some time to process the change in equipment description as a Title V permit amendment, although we expect that the process will be worked expeditiously. If the project will take longer than 90 days, we will submit a petition for a regular variance to extend the time period.
Would the granting of this variance create a nuisance condition?
No.
I have no more questions for this witness, but also note that Mr. Chi is going to provide detailed testimony regarding the flame wash and including the photographs that we have attached to the package.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Ms. Pereira?
Yes, Mr. Waller. The burners that were replaced, the old burners, at what rate did those emit NOx?
I think approximately 47 ppm.
Okay, so and the new burners are currently emitting at 45 ppm?
Yes.
Okay, so there is a slight reduction at this point.
Yes.
Does the 45 ppm violate any emissions limit?
No.
So you're just seeking to further lower that NOx emissions rate through this variance. Is that correct?
Correct.
What happens if the steam injection does not in fact lower the emissions rate? What will Phillips do then?
A moment with my witness.
Okay.
So, right now, we,
I'm sorry. It's Mr. Chi's first time.
Okay. Next witness.
Next witness. But Mr. Chi will answer that question.
Okay. Going back to the permitting process for these new burners, when the permit application was submitted to the district, did Phillips ask for optional steam injection?
Initially, we did, yes.
Okay. And then what happened?
In the course of the district evaluating the permit, that question was delved into further, and ZECO confirmed that, based on the original data sheet, that, their model showed that steam was not needed to meet the guarantee that they had originally provided. So therefore, we did not seek to have steam still included on the new burners.
Okay. Is ZECO a manufacturer that Phillips has previously worked with?
Yes.
And have they provided guarantees to Phillips in the past for other purchases of equipment?
I'm aware of one, yes.
I'm sorry?
I'm familiar with at least one other installation where ZECO burners were installed.
And
And a guarantee was provided, yes.
were the prior burners also manufactured by ZECO?
No.
So with respect to the one prior guarantee that you are familiar with, was that guarantee met, or what, did the equipment operate in conformance with that guarantee?
The heater operates in conformance with its guarantee, but that heater has a selective catalytic reduction control device on it.
Okay.
So as far as the performance of the burners themselves in that installation, I don't know if the burners themselves met the guarantee or the prediction of what the burners would emit, because the SCR controls final emissions.
Okay. Okay.
Don't you think that you don't know it? But I think you should something you think about it. You don't know.
Okay. I think they met it or came very close, but
And so when you received the guarantee for these 36 burners, did you have any reason to doubt whether or not that representation made by ZECO would be so far off?
no, we did not have reason to expect that.
You mentioned that Phillips did some modeling to verify that guarantee or the rates that were associated with that guarantee. Are you familiar with the modeling results?
Mr. Chi,
Mr. Chi?
I'm not familiar with the
Okay.
details, no.
Okay.
I knew this was going to happen.
Okay. Moving to the installation process, you stated that the new burners were installed in October of 2016, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then that they were initially fired up in November of 2016. When exactly in November were the burners first turned on?
I'm not sure the exact day. Steve Chi could probably answer that.
Okay. Do you know, was it early November?
Early November, yes.
Early November, okay. And do you know the process of starting up those burners? Do you start all 36 at once, or is it one at a time? Or what's the process?
Steve can confirm. I believe it's one at a time.
Okay, okay. And so should I hold all my questions for the startup of the burners for Mr. Chi?
He was the project manager. I think that'd be appropriate. He can
Okay, okay,
have personal knowledge.
okay. And With respect to the proposed, proposal to inject steam into the burners now, ZECO has issued another guarantee to Phillips. Why does Phillips believe that this guarantee should be believed?
Again, Steve can probably answer more of the details, but, you know, based on our past experience with using steam in the other heaters we have at this refinery and the modeling they've done with steam, we have some confidence they're going to meet it.
Okay. And has Phillips done anything, I guess, what in addition to receiving the guarantee has Phillips done to ensure that that guarantee is accurate?
Mr. Chief?
I think Steve G can answer
Okay.
that.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Waller, Phillips is presently in compliance. Is that correct?
Yes.
When will you not be in compliance if you don't undertake this project?
To inject the steam would be not in compliance with our current permit.
Maybe I didn't ask the question correctly. Suppose you just continue to operate without steam injection, you don't do the testing.
May I? It's almost asking for a legal opinion, being in compliance or not on this. Please. Please.
Is it just a matter of the shave from NOx reclaim, and as a result, you would have to somehow purchase more RTCs? Is that how it all shakes out? I have the same question.
Well, I believe the question is, are we presently in compliance? And we believe that we are until we inject steam. There is an argument that we are not in compliance because we did submit a permit application with the ZECO performance guarantee. I believe it was the district that actually asked for it in support of the application, but I don't know that. Since the equipment is not meeting the emissions as per the permit application, there is an argument that we're out of compliance with administrative condition number 2, for example. That's not something that we would call upon ourselves. That is really a judgment call by the agency. I think the application of administrative condition number 2. We think that it's fairly clear that if we inject steam, that's not allowed by our current permit. Again, the old permit allowed for optional steam injection. The new equipment description doesn't allow for it. We can't inject steam unless the permit is either changed or we get a variance. And that's the crux of the variance today. I mean, it's a very good question. Are we out of compliance today? We don't think so. We think that we're going to be out of compliance when we inject the steam. And we'd like to inject the steam as quickly as we can. The permit doesn't allow for it. The old permit did. The new permit does not.
And if I may, the district's view is slightly different. The district believes that facilities should operate in compliance with the representations that they make to the district when they submit their permit applications. They represented, and the district, to ensure that those representations that are made to it have some heft behind them. We do ask for manufacturers to provide guarantees on certain things. And in this case, the guarantee for the 19.8 NOx emissions rate was relied upon the district when it evaluated the permit application and the emissions that were expected to result from operation of this equipment. The emissions were not calculated based on a 45 ppm NOx emissions rate. They were evaluated based on the 19.8. So there is a sort of a general condition that requires, it's a condition 2 that requires facilities, or this facility, to operate all of their equipment properly. And while there may be some debate as to what that condition means, it is the district's view that they are not operating their equipment properly if they are not operating it consistently with the representations that they made to the district in their permit application. It is one of the reasons why I've also filed for an order for abatement for next week. There is, but the district agrees. The 45 ppm does not technically violate any emissions limit. It is a better emissions rate than the prior equipment, which was emitting at a 47 ppm. And the district does expect generally that when you do have steam injection, that emissions will be lowered. There is some hesitance and some reluctance at this point to just accept at face value the representations of the manufacturer, given the prior guarantee that was so far off. And it is why that before a new permit would be issued, the district has asked for them to actually demonstrate that it will perform as they have represented.
And that's what brings them here.
And that's what brings them here.
Had Phillips not undertaken the project in the first place to replace the burners and continue to operate at the 47 ppm, would that have resulted in Phillips having to purchase RTCs or somehow meet the reduced allocation?
In the short term, that would require purchasing more RTCs, yes.
Okay, I understand now.
You're not asking today for any relief from administrative section or condition number 2, is that correct?
Yes, we are. If the variance is granted, we
You are
would-
asking for
I
that.
believe it's part of the petition. I think so. We generally, it's one of those standard ones that we generally ask for if you're going to operate equipment.
Oh, you did?
On page 4, they have included it.
Yes, we have. We have included that, yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Waller, in the past, prior to the new burners, was the steam injection all the time or just under certain circumstances?
I believe it was all the time, yes.
For the old Calidus burners.
Thank you. Board members?
I'm sorry, I had a follow-up. I didn't mean to jump in, but now I'm looking at, yes, you did request relief for administrative condition number 2, but only as relates to steam injection, not as relates as Ms. Barrera is talking about as to the 45 ppm versus the 19.8.
I think this is sort of consistent with what we were saying before. It's Phillips's view. Again, when it comes to administrative condition number 2, and we kind of view that as the district's judgment call, in a sense. It's not operating in good operating condition. What does that mean? It's not a defined term. We know that when we inject steam, that we're going to be in violation of our equipment description for the crude unit heater. And so that's very clear to us. So our position has been that when we inject steam, that we're going to be out of compliance, and that therefore we would need relief from administrative condition number 2.
For steam injection
For steam
only?
injection.
Okay,
Correct.
okay.
That's now, after further discussion and hearing from the district, please note that we filed our petition before the abatement order petition was filed.
That was another question I had.
Yes. So this is a dialogue. This is a dialogue that we have with the agency. I think that if we get a variance today, it's fairly well resolved because we intend to try to inject steam fairly quickly. And our intent is, if it does reduce NOx significantly, as we suspect, we will ask for the ability to continue to inject steam throughout the variance period. And the variance, and again, final compliance happens when we get the new facility permit with optional steam injection written into the equipment description for the crude unit heater. That's really the fix here. It's just those 3 words. If the crude unit equipment description included the words steam injection, I don't think we'd be here today.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted
Mr.
to.
Waller, continuing on this steam thing, before the installation of the new burners, why did you inject steam?
In the old burners?
Yes,
For NOx control,
for NOx control.
yes.
Under that scenario, did you ever have flame impingement issues?
No, it did not cause any issues as far as coking, potential for coking, no.
Dr. Lerner?
Yeah. You've spoken with the manufacturer. Have they had similar experience where they couldn't live up to their guarantee and they injected steam? And what was their experience at other companies, other plants? So that we have I think the board and the district would like to have a feeling for how good does this really work? I mean, in theory, it looks like it should work fine. You look at the pictures, but is there any data about that?
Dr. Lerner, it might be a good time to introduce our other witness, because those are the kinds of issues that he was selected to provide testimony on. Please.
That's Ms. Bird.
And this might be for the other witness too. Mr. Camarino was asking about the use with steam, but I was wondering if there was any data from the prior burners as far as the difference between the emission limits with and without steam.
I believe we probably do have some. I'm not familiar with it off the top of my head.
Okay. I was just wondering what was seen, the difference, is it 50% less emissions? Is it that kind of thing? But if you don't know, maybe I might be to ask next one.
I don't know. That permitting was done some time ago, and I wasn't personally involved in it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Prusek?
I have questions for the next witness, but I'll hold those. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Waller can answer. I read the proposed conditions in Exhibit 12 pretty quickly this morning. But it's not clear to me from reading it what relief we're giving. And let me elaborate. I've read, and I've heard today that what you're looking for is to demonstrate to the district that you can reach the lower NOx so that they can determine whether to change the permit. I don't see, and then you are also requesting approval, should the district agree, to then use steam injection. Am I correct that is the two things you're asking for in this variance? I'm trying to understand, because I don't see a limitation in the conditions as to how much you can use steam injection. So I'm trying to understand what you're asking for. Are you asking for a number of demonstration projects? Are you asking for a number of demonstration projects plus, if you can demonstrate to the district during the 90-day short variance before a modification is issued, to then use steam injection? What are you asking for?
Yes, we're asking to immediately start using steam injection, and we will do source tests to demonstrate what the emissions level is with steam. We'll also, at some point during the, as described in the condition, we will turn off the steam, do a test without steam of the burners. And then we want, once that test is done without steam, we want to resume using steam until the permit is modified.
So you're asking in here for just to use steam injection, except when you're testing without it?
Correct.
Okay, regardless of whether after you're done testing, the district approves or accepts those results?
If the testing shows that, I guess, excuse me.
I can talk.
That's fine.
I think simply stated that we need a variance to demonstrate that steam injection is going to work and will reduce the emissions by roughly 220 pounds a day. Certainly getting much closer to the emissions guarantee provided by ZECO. Certainly the second one, more like 20 ppm. If this test is successful, we don't want to go back into our other posture of the high emissions while we wait for the permit application to be processed.
Okay.
The permit application's already been submitted, but we have to demonstrate that that steam injection will actually reduce the NOx to the satisfaction of the district before they will actually process that application.
So am I missing something, or should there be a condition in here that requires some type of satisfaction by the district before steam injection continues to be used in anticipation of a modification?
That would certainly be in the board's purview. We're pretty confident that steam injection will work. We just don't know at what level and how low it's going to lower the NOx. It's a fairly known application. Again, this is the previous crude unit actually had them. So I think that you're not seeing that off-ramp because folks are very comfortable that steam injection will work and reduce the NOx.
Okay.
You make a very good point.
Well, so we'll wait for the next witness, Mr. Chi, who's going to hopefully let us feel very confident in that, but we're going to either be approving or not approving a variance based on a demo and usage or just a demo. So I think that's important.
Okay.
So we'll wait for that. And I think the other question I had is, have you paid for any expedited review of this modification that you've requested with the district?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
My question was, you said the capacity at this facility was 138,000 or 130,000 barrels per day?
138,
138, and that you had reduced to 120?
approximately 120.
Do you normally operate at capacity? Is that a true reduction from 138 to 120, or
Yes, most of the time we operate near
most of the
capacity.
time?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Byrd?
And maybe you can answer this. I was going to defer this to Mr. Chi, but maybe you can answer this then. Are there two issues? Am I hearing two issues? One issue is you cannot run at capacity because these burners cannot fire at a rate that is your regular rate without impingement. So that's issue number one.
Yes.
Issue number two, these burners are emitting too much NOx. Separate issues. Is that correct?
Technically, they're related.
Okay, that was my next question. How are they related? Is a lower firing rate or a higher firing rate, does that result in lower NOx? How are they related?
I think Steve can answer those
Okay.
detailed technical questions.
Thank you.
Any further questions from Mr. Waller?
What confidence do you have that Zico's recommendation, number 2, will work?
Based on our experience with using steam in the prior burners, as well as the coker heater at the Carson plant, which is a different burner manufacturer, but we had similar issues when those burners were installed, I think back in the 90s. Based on the reductions we saw using steam in that heater as well as the previous burners, in this heater, we're pretty confident the steam will make a significant difference.
Were you confident when they made the first recommendation for change, and it didn't comply, it came up with 45 ppm instead of 18.8 or 19? Were you confident then?
Again, I think Steve can answer some of those detailed
Confident in
questions.
Steve.
He was the project manager.
Well, then he should have been on first.
It's judgment call. I wish I could merge the two witnesses together. I apologize.
Now, this impingement, that occurred at what point? With the first recommendation of Zico that you were getting, would you have a failure? It's called, the flame impingement significantly impacted production of the Carson plant. Impingement, you know what that means?
Yes, when we tried to run at normal crude rate, which requires, obviously a higher firing rate in the heater to heat that amount of crude, at some point then flame impingement became problematic and was overheating the tubes and potentially causing coking. So we had to actually back off on crude rate to stay at a firing rate that did not cause high tube temperature.
Did you note any coking and impingement with Zico's first recommendation, which you only gave you 45 ppm?
I'm
Was
not
that the reason why you got such a high number as compared to the 19?
Senator Holden, I really think we ought to bring Steve on, but in answer to your question, I don't think that they allowed the impingement to go on. Once they saw it, they reduced the rates. I think that's what testimony shows. So we're not getting the impingement. We can't have the impingement.
I understand that, but was it noted, based on the first recommendation of Zico, when you retrofit your plant, your burners?
If you can answer the question, do so. If you can't,
I can answer that question.
any other questions for Mr. Waller?
Yeah, one other. You say here that you commence using the steam injection about 7 days after we approve, or after the protocol for this process is approved by the district?
If granted in this variance, we would start steam injection immediately.
But based on the protocol submitted by the district, that's what it says here someplace.
We will test, we'll do a source test in accordance with the protocol once it's approved. However, we plan to start steam injection immediately.
But the protocol has not been approved?
Not yet.
Do you have an idea what it's going to be, what's required of you as it relates to the protocol?
I'm sorry, say it again.
Do you know when it's going to be approved, the source test protocol?
We expect within a week or so, approximately.
So what I'm looking at then is that as the time goes on for approval of A, B, C, and D, you're looking at 45 days, and then you added another 25 days after all the testing has been done, gives you 70 days. And so you'd be within the 90 days of a short variance if it were granted. We're just adding up the days as you
Yes.
outlined here in this proposal. However, there's some indicator to be discussed later on, perhaps in the stipulation, where it may be 4 months before you complete your testing and your protocol, et cetera, et cetera. They estimate 4 months.
If I might interject, Senator Holden, the testing period's relatively short, but it takes time to change the facility permit to put in those words, steam injection. So if we're able to demonstrate that the steam injection will really reduce the NOx and stop the flame impingement, as we expect, and our famous Steve will testify on that, then the facility permit still needs to be modified. And that's really what takes the most time. The demonstration's fairly short. And if the district had it, and since it's a Title V permit, it's a long process to amend that permit.
So the 70 days are right on point, is what you're saying.
Could be longer, could be,
That's what I know.
yeah.
But that's what's listed here, 70 days. All right.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, we'll take a 15-minute recess, reconvene at 10:35. We'll hear from the next witness.
Thank you.
We are back on the record. Mr. Norton?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. At this time, I'd like to call the famous Mr. Steve Chi to testify. Mr. Chi, could you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Steve Chi, Stevechi.
Are you testifying under oath today, Mr. Chi?
Yes, I am.
What is your current position at Phillips 66?
I'm a project manager,
And how long you've been employed by Phillips 66?
17 years.
Rookie. In general, what are your duties in your current position?
I manage capital projects, so just watch over the budget, construction, procurement, engineering.
Are you familiar with the petition for short variance that was filed in this matter?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the equipment that's the subject of this variance request?
yes,
Did you serve as the crude unit heater burner upgrade project manager at the Carson plant?
yes, I served as the project manager for the project.
Please describe the crude unit heater burner upgrade project for the board in broad terms.
Okay, so in November 2015, we initiated development of the project to reduce NOx emissions for the refinery. For the crude unit heater, several options were evaluated, and following the evaluation, the Zeeco ultra-low NOx burner technology was selected as the best fit for the project.
How much did this emissions reduction project cost Phillips 66?
So in March of 2016, funding of $5.3 million was approved for the project. To date, we have spent about $4.3 million on the project. However, additional costs are being incurred.
What was the purpose of the crude unit heater burner upgrade project at the Carson plant?
The purpose of the project was to reduce NOx emissions and comply with the latest update to the reclaim regulations.
So if I understand your testimony, the sole purpose of the project was to reduce NOx?
Yes.
Why was Zeeco selected as the provider of the new ultra-low NOx burner?
Zeeco was selected because their GLSF burners have lower NOx emissions than its competitors. And the initial software modeling of the Zeeco burner showed it could achieve the NOx performance guarantee of 19.8 ppm NOx without steam injection. So 19.8 ppm NOx equates to a greater than 50% reduction over the existing Calidus burners. This was a sizable reduction in NOx emissions compared to the old burners. In fact, we expected that the Zeeco burners would achieve even lower NOx as set forth in the performance guarantee during normal operation at the Carson plant. The predicted NOx emissions were 13.9 ppm without steam injection.
And I think we've already done this, but Exhibit 1 has the Zeeco guarantee, and we did look at those emissions numbers. Was the Zeeco burner evaluated prior to its installation at the Carson plant?
Yes, in June 2016, a test burner was fabricated and tested at the Zeeco facilities in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Zeeco used their equivalent of the SIMS analyzers and portable analyzers to measure the emissions. And the test burner was able to meet the NOx emissions and operating performance without steam injection.
So if I understand your testimony, there was both modeling of the Zeeco burner and then actually a test
Yes.
done before installation.
Yeah, yes.
Anything else to add?
No,
Okay. Was steam injection considered during the evaluation of the Zeeco burner?
yes. During the development phase, Phillips 66 had inquired as to whether steam injection was required to meet the emissions guarantee. However, Zeeco stated that steam injection was not needed for the burner.
So that came from the manufacturer of the burner?
Yes.
Okay. So again, just to rehash, I guess an important point. Steam injection was considered for the Zeeco burner, but the manufacturer said it wasn't needed.
Yes.
Okay. At what temperature would you expect coking to occur in the heater tubes?
Coking occurs around 1100 degrees Fahrenheit, and the model for the Zeeco burners showed the highest tube temperature was only 817 degrees Fahrenheit.
I'd like to pick up a question that Senator Holden asked. Is there coking in the heater tubes as a result of this issue? Do you know if there's any coke formation?
There is coke formation because of the new burners. We have a person that takes thermal images of our heater, and from the thermal images, he noted coking, and that's when we reduced rates to this 120,000 barrels per day.
So what we suspected was confirmed.
Yes.
Okay. When were the new Zico burners installed at the Carson plant?
Installation of the new burner started on October 5th, 2016, and then the work was completed by October 30th, 2016.
How did the burner installation go with the Carson plant?
The startup with the new burners went well, no issues during installations, and at 67% firing rate, the flame patterns and emissions were in line with the expectations.
And what happened after the initial installation?
So as we increased firing rate, the flame patterns and emissions started to change negatively. At 94% firing rate, there was severe flame wash with significant flame impingement on the heater tubes, resulting in coking.
I'm going to ask you about flame wash and then ask you to
Okay.
walk through the photographs, but in general, what is flame wash, Mr. Chi?
Flame wash is when the flame, ideally for a burner, the flame will go straight up, like a vertically, and there's no interaction between flames on the adjacent burners or to the wall. So flame wash is when the flames from burners mix with each other and it gets pulled towards the heater tubes. So when we go through the exhibits, you'll see, I'll point out what that looks like.
And can you tell if the heater tubes are getting elevated temperatures just by looking at them?
Yes.
Okay, let's do that. At this time, I'd like to draw your attention, Mr. Chi, what's been marked as exhibit number 8. It's titled Old Calidus Burners at 100% Firing Rate with Steam Injection, North Cell.
Okay.
And it looks like this particular photograph is dated July 7th, 2016, which is, of course, before the Zico burner installation. Is this a true and accurate photograph of
Yes.
the burners?
Yes.
Who took this photograph, Mr. Chi?
I took the photograph.
You're a brave man. Could you please provide an overview testimony of what we're seeing in the photograph for the board members?
So this is the old Calidus burners with steam injection on the north side of the heater. So as you can see, the flames are kind of leaning towards the right. So, and within the heater, you can never predict 100% what's going to happen, right? Even though we do modeling, it's only an approximation. So there's some flame leaning, and you can see the flame at the kind of like the upper right-hand corner. You can see the flame pattern is not as ideal as it could be, but but you're not seeing any flame impingement or flame hitting towards the left side. So that's what the old Calidus burners.
And so if there was flame impingement, I'd expect you'd see these tubes would be kind of bright red.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, and they're not.
Yeah.
I'd like to draw you, anything else?
No,
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention, what's been marked as exhibit number 9. It's titled Old Calidus Burners at 100% Firing.
Just a second, I think Dr. Lerner has a question.
Thank you.
We can't see the other wall on this picture because of the port that you took the picture. Is there tubing on the other
Yeah.
wall?
there's tubing on both walls and plus at the roof.
Okay.
So,
So, so the distance between the heaters and is equidistant between the two walls, is that right?
Yeah, the
Sort
burner-
of in the middle.
the burner
burners,
is in
I
the
should
middle.
say, yeah.
yes.
So what I want to know is, this thing is sort of tilted to the right.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean anything? Does that mean that there's greater exposure to overheating those tubes on the right?
Yes. If the flame is pulled onto the tubes, then those tubes would be subjected to flame impingement and coking.
Thank you, that's what I wanted. So let me ask you this. So was there evidence, this is taken in July, before the new equipment was installed, and you were using steam, you were getting coking?
No, we were not. So what happened?
But you just told me.
No. So there's two separate issues.
Installation of Zico burners.
Yeah.
Sorry?
It was after the installation of Zico burners that coking was noticed.
No, I understand, but you see, this, in my view, the flame is going towards the right. So the tubes on the right wall are more exposed to the coking, to the possibility of coking. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
Well, the distance of the cell is 9.5 feet wide. So even though it's leaning a little bit right, it doesn't mean since you don't have the other, I don't have a picture of the other side, it's not necessarily that it's hitting, the flame is touching the tubes.
That's what I want to hear you
Yeah,
say.
so,
Okay.
yeah, so if I had the other picture, you would see that it just leaned, but not necessarily leak. So it's permissible for, you know, because flame current's not 100% stable, right? You're subject to different conditions within the heater. There's heater draft, there's oxygen and whatnot. And sometimes the flame will lick the wall. And that's not bad. It's the continuous flame licking of the tubes. That's what causes coking.
Thank you.
I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 9.
Okay.
This is titled Old Calidus Burners at 100% firing rate with steam injection, and this is for the south cell. Is this a true and accurate representation of the south cell?
Yes,
And did you take this photograph?
yes.
How did you take this photograph?
There's inspection doors throughout the heater. So I opened up the inspection door and took the picture.
Okay. And please just provide overview testimony of what we're seeing here.
Okay, so if you look at the picture, on right in the middle left-hand side, you see that little flame that's turning towards the left, and you can see the tubes. This is a pretty good example of flame wash on the old burners. So this is not that severe. We weren't getting coking, so when I took this picture, this happens to be that instant where I described there's instability with the heater, and it pulled the flame towards the tubes.
Now, I do notice that the tubes are not bright red.
That's correct.
And do you monitor the temperature of the tubes?
Yes, we do. So we have what we call skin temperature, skin thermocouples, which monitors the temperature. That's continuous monitoring. And our operator, there's alarm set points for those, and the operators review that. And if it exceeds a certain temperature, they get an alarm.
So you know if the temperature is getting hot, too hot.
Yes, but the tube temperature is only at one location. So we have another biweekly monitoring
Okay.
of the tube temperature done via the thermal images.
Chairman. What is the range, the temperature range
Temperature
for
range,
operation?
the safe range is, we want to keep it below 1100 degrees for the tubes. But the firebox itself ranges, the firebox temperature is up to 1500 degrees. Or it could go higher than that.
But it's the tubes that are important,
The
correct?
tubes that are important. 'Cause
And you want to keep those below 1100 degrees?
yes.
What does so now these are the old Calidus burners with steam injection. What does steam injection do for you?
So what steam injection does, it does two things, right? It helps keep the flame patterns like they're intended to. So ideally for a burner, you want the flame to go straight up. And then when the flame goes straight up, you're not getting a mixing of the flames. And you're letting the fuel burn with intended air. So what that does, when you're not getting a mixing of the flames, your NOx is kept in check, and that allows it for the burner to meet the guarantee. Then the steam also reduces the adiabatic temperature of the flame, and flame temperature is the key component in NOx formation.
Hey, could you repeat that? What else does it do? It reduces the what?
The adiabatic flame temperature.
What is adiabatic flame temperature?
It's, I don't know.
Is it different than normal flame temperature?
Well, I guess it's just another term for the flame
Okay,
temperature.
let's
for
keep
the
it
temperature.
simple. So it
that's
reduces flame temperature.
It reduces flame temperature,
Thank you.
I
That's
should
what I
have
was
said
looking
that.
for. Thank you.
So it reduces flame temperature anywhere from 100 to 200 degrees. And what it does is causes the flame to have this orange tint to it.
Okay.
So normally, the flame would be blue, but adding steam makes it orange.
But it does reduce the temperatures.
It does reduce the flame temperature,
By 100 to 200 degrees.
yes.
Okay.
And that's pretty significant in terms of tube and coking, flame impingement.
And at this point, I'm looking at the tubes, and they look pretty black.
Yeah,
That's a good thing. So
that's a
this-
good thing. We want things to be black. There's always going to be a little, there's a little bit of red here, but that's due to the scale buildup on the tubes. So scale buildup, when it gets hot, it'll emit kind of like a bright orange color, as you see on the
Yeah.
left-hand side of the Exhibit 9.
Well, let's see a real orange color. Shall we move to exhibit number 10?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other thing to add here?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 10, Mr. Chi. It's titled New Zico GLSF Burners at a 94% firing rate, and this is without steam injection, north cell. Is this a true and accurate photograph, Mr. Chi?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Was it actually taken on December 12th, 2016, as
Yes.
it shows? And could you please provide highlights for the board members, what we're seeing here?
So if you look at this picture, you can see there's, flames are leaning both left and right. And if you look at the center of the picture, you've got that big kind of orange ball. So what's happening there is the gas is not getting enough momentum to mix with the air that it's intended. So air comes through the burner throat, and if we have everything under control, the fuel mixes with the air that comes from the burner throat, and that's what causes, and that's the ideal combustion. But here, you can see there's lots of yellow, which means that the fuel is not mixing with the burner air. And you can see big swath of glowing red on both the right-hand side and the left-hand side of the tubes.
And is that red color important, Mr. Chi?
Yes, that's very important. So that's what was causing the coking and the flame impingement.
So these are high-temperature tubes, higher than you'd want?
Yes.
Okay. And I'd like to draw your, is anything else to add here, Mr. Chi?
No.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to what's been marked as exhibit number 11. It's titled New Zico GLSF Burners at 94% firing rate with steam injection, south cell. Anything much to add here, Mr. Chi?
Chairman. Mr. Chi, as you explained exhibit 9 and 10, and now you're going to 11, and there's a little comparison. I think you walk us through the comparison, and then we can, you clarifying when there's not coking, with or without steam, and so on, and explain the significant difference.
I think I know how to do this. Mr. Chi, I'd like you to take exhibit number 9 and exhibit number 11 together.
Yeah.
This shows the south cell both before and after the installation of the Zico burners, correct?
Yes.
I'm seeing, well, maybe you can talk about some of the differences. Let's start with the burner tubes.
Yeah.
Are the burner tube pictures different between these two photographs?
Yeah. If you look at the left-hand side, you see the same sections that are red, but if you look at the exhibit number 11, it's glowing much redder on the tubes, and there's bigger areas where it's red.
And you also monitor the temperature of these tubes, correct?
Yes.
And did you see elevated temperatures in the tubes?
Yes, we did. It got up to 1,300 degrees.
Okay, we can't have that.
Yeah, that's when we immediately backed down the firing rate down to 70%.
All right. And if you had continued at 1,300, it could have caused a real problem.
It would cause coking, eventually tube rupture, which means release of oil into the firebox, and potential explosion fire.
Okay.
Is the firing rate significant, 100% compared to 94? in these?
It's, so, firing rate, it's 100% firing rate is 350 million BTUs per hour. So 94 is like 340,
Still pretty
346.
close.
It's pretty close.
You had to back it down.
Yeah.
And was the main difference the steam injection, you think, as far as those peak temperatures?
Based on our experience, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, based on our experience in other heaters, we feel confident the steam injection will bring down the temperature and improve the flame patterns.
How confident are you that the injection of steam will lower temperatures and thus reduce NOx?
We're very confident, and that's because at the Zico test facility, they did steam injection with the GLSF burners that showed a tighter, more compact flame, and also from our own experience at the coker heaters. And we had a first iteration of the low NOx project in, I believe, 1998. So we had the same experience on that heater as we're having now. And the ultimate solution for those coker heaters was steam injection.
So you're very confident?
Yes.
Okay.
One final question.
Please.
Are these questions that can wait until the testimony is over, or you need it for clarification at this
Well,
point?
the doctor asked a question, I'm asking a question.
I know. I'm just asking, is it for clarification or?
Yes, for clarification.
Okay.
Please.
The testing at the Zico plant, it performed as expected, is that correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay, that was with the first recommendation, did it perform as expected?
So, can I go ahead and explain kind of the process, how they developed the burners, and so I'll go through
And
that.
that was, and finally, in that, but then the same testing with the same technology or equipment at your plant, it did not give the same results.
I can explain that.
That's what I need.
Okay. So when they do a burner design, it's based on an expert's of, burner design is more an art than a science. So based on the heater geometry, based on the experience of the designer, they come up with the initial design, right? They know we should have so many tips at what angle. They built a test burner, and the test burner is put into a test furnace. And the test furnace isn't like our heater at the refinery, right? It's one burner, it has tubes on one side, refractory on one side. So from the test burner and the test furnace, they collect flame pattern and they collect emissions results. So that data from the test burner is put into what they call the CFD model, computational fluid dynamics model. That model simulates our heater. So the CFD model has our heater geometry, has our tube layout, and they have to make certain assumptions on heat flux, airflow, and whatnot. So when they take that, they take the test results from the test burner, put into the CFD, then they give us results to make our decisions. So they give us a CFD report, and what we looked at was what the tube temperatures were, and based on the CFD model, the tube temperatures were 817 degrees. They don't give you a NOx guarantee based on the CFD model. They give you a NOx guarantee based on the burner test. Then they put a factor on top of it to give us a performance guarantee. So that's why you see the predicted NOx was 13.9, and the guarantee was like 19.8. So that's Zico's estimate on what heater geometry, heater conditions would add to the test burner.
If I heard your testimony correctly, that according to the modeling, that the highest temperature you expected on the tubes was around 800 degrees Fahrenheit, correct?
Yes, 817.
And that was modeling and testing, but in the field, when you installed it, you didn't get 817 degrees Fahrenheit, did you, Mr. Chi?
No, so the model has to make certain assumptions, and the heater is very dynamic. You can't predict 100% what's going to go on in it, right? So there's, the NOx and the flame pattern depends on a lot of variables. So I don't think you could get one person to come in here and say that we know the model will work exactly in the real
Understood.
life. Yeah.
Understood, but you did model it, you did test it, you expected roughly 870 degrees Fahrenheit as a tube temperature. And if I recall what you said is that when you actually looked at it at the 94% firing rate without steam injection for the new Zico burners, do you say it was around 1,300 degrees?
Yeah, the highest we got was 1,300.
Okay,
Thanks for the clarification. In my opinion, it was needed.
yeah, thank you. Following installation, did the Zico burner meet the performance guarantee?
No,
All right, I think we beat that one to death. Was Zico notified of the performance issue?
yes, we notified them on December 12th, and they arrived on site December 14th.
What was the first priority?
First priority for them was to make sure we had sufficient air, so we weren't getting unburned hydrocarbon. So they They tested for burner draft, and they found air maldistribution.
Yeah.
And so they wanted to reduce flame impingement because we already noticed that. And so priority one for us really was just make sure the refinery is running safely and we don't have a fire.
Did the burner adjustments resolve the Zico performance issues?
No, the flame patterns improved, but not to a point where the heater firing rate could be increased or where the NOx performance improved.
And this is a follow-up to the Vice Chair's question regarding what happens after the burners were installed. But what happened after the burners were installed? Were they adjusted?
Yes, so the biggest contributor to the flame wash was the flue gas currents within the firebox. So Zico proposed to shut down burners to break up the flue gas currents. So we tried 3 iterations before reaching the current configuration of having burners 4, 9, and 15 off on both the north and south cell. So we were able to increase firing rate slightly, and the NOx came down a little bit, and we did not cause further heater tube coking. And the heater hasn't been in this state since December 15th. So out of the 36 burners right now, we turned off 6.
Was steam injection into the Zico burners considered as a solution after installation?
Yes, after the burner was adjusted, Zico agreed that the flue gas circulation currents in the firebox were more significant than anticipated. The flue gas currents pulled too much fuel away from the burners, resulting in a severe flame impingement and higher emissions. The solution to the problem was to increase the momentum and get the burner flames to go improve the flame patterns, get it go straight up. And that allows it to reduces the impingement and improve emissions.
Has steam injection been tested or otherwise evaluated for the new Zico burners?
Yes,
And how is that, Mr. Chi?
that's the result of the exhibit 3. So that's how they put steam. So they showed
So that was the end product, correct?
yeah. So
Did Zico pull a test burner
yes. So
at their facility? Yeah.
yeah. So on the December 19th, they pulled the test burner that they have fabricated in June. They tested it with steam injection, and that's how we got exhibit 3.
Okay. So so in the lab, they've actually injected steam into the Zico burner and seen significant NOx reductions.
Yes.
Has Zico provided a new performance guarantee for the project? I think you've already answered that.
Yes.
That's exhibit number 3. Are you confident that steam injection will resolve the issue at the Carson plant?
Yes. Based on the test and based on our experience, we're confident it'll reduce the NOx.
Thank you. I have no more questions for this witness.
Ms. Barrera?
Mr. Chi, when were the new burners first fired up?
It was, I don't know the exact date, but it was first week of November.
First week of November, okay. And then, and I heard that you notified Zico that the guarantee was not being met on December 12th, is that correct? Mm-hmm. What was happening between that first week of November and December 12th?
We kept the firing rate about 67%. So from November all the way through December 12th, the firing rate was 67%. And at that firing rate, the flame patterns looked good. We were still getting the emissions we were anticipating, but they were higher, but that's because we were running at higher oxygen levels. And that was our assumption.
Okay. And what is we've heard testimony that the new burners are emitting at a 45 ppm rate. What is that based on?
So that's based on our SEMS analyzer.
On your SEMS analyzers. Has there been any source testing performed of the new burners?
That I do not know.
If I might. I think you testified that you're getting SEMS data, but you're asking about source testing?
Yes. Because I'm wondering about other pollutants.
Yeah, I don't know, I don't know the answer to that.
Could I have a moment with my witness?
Okay.
We're off the record. We're back on.
So we have not done any source testing.
Okay. And when was okay, so the installation was complete. Was there a source test requirement in the permit to construct for those new burners?
Yes.
If this isn't something that you know,
Yeah,
it's
I
gotta.
don't know. Yeah, so-
Okay, then it may be that we have to recall Mr. Waller. But if you don't know, please just say you
I
don't
don't know.
know.
I do not know.
Okay. So when Zico fabricated the test burner, and then used the results from that test burner in the model, all of the assumptions that were made in their modeling, where did those come from?
Well, we provided the heater geometry, the process conditions, and to Zico. So they inputted that into their CFD model.
Okay. And what are the variables that could not be or were not, that were difficult to predict, I guess, in doing that modeling?
Well, they can't predict flue gas currents. So gas is going to go to where its lowest energy, and it's going to seek. So they can only make an assumption. So that's what they did.
And what makes flue gas currents difficult to predict?
It's like the air currents in this room, right? So we can't, if the air conditioning is blowing or heater, it's
Are they dependent on the weather?
within the firebox is dependent on a lot of factors.
Okay.
Draft, oxygen level, fan capacity. So there's a lot of variables that goes into a firebox.
Okay. When they did the modeling and testing with steam injection, did they make any changes in the variables that were inserted into the model?
No, they kept everything the same except for the higher heating value of the fuel gas.
Okay. Did that, I guess, was anything else? I mean, were there any adjustments for, say, flue gas current?
They could only, so in the model, they could only make an assumption on what the air going to the burner. Then the model generates the flue gas current. So they don't input flue gas current into it, but they input how much air is going through each burner.
Okay.
Then based on the heat release from the burner plus the air going through the burners, the model predicts what the flue gas currents are.
Okay. So they did change the heating value, you said?
Yeah, they changed the higher heating value of the fuel gas.
Okay. And that was based on actual data obtained from how the burners were operating?
No, that was just based on, we collect higher heating value for our fuel gas, and the fuel gas higher heating value varies. So we gave them the higher heating value at the time of the startup.
Okay. When they did their modeling to calculate estimated NOx emissions, did they also look at other pollutants that were generated during the process?
Yes,
Okay.
they do.
And did that modeling demonstrate that that the burners would emit at rates for those other pollutants that were in compliance with permit limits?
That I don't know, because I was mainly concerned with the NOx, because that's what the project objective was, reduce NOx.
Does that, I haven't looked that closely at that guarantee as to other, does it address other pollutants?
It does. Which,
I'm just Exhibit 3,
Exhibit 3?
it had the guarantee for the NOx. I know it has other information in the earlier
Yeah,
pages.
yeah, within the data sheet, it does have guarantees. This is on Exhibit 3, page 4 or 5.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm looking at page 4 of 5.
Yeah, yeah.
I see CO and ROG and particulate and VOC, other emissions information.
Yes,
Are those rates compliant with the permit limits?
that I do not know.
Okay. Have you worked with Zico on any other projects?
No, this is the first time working with them, for me.
Okay. Are you aware of Phillips having worked with Zico on any other projects?
Yes, they had done, they had installed they did the burner upgrade project in our Borger refinery pretty close to the time, probably within a year of development of our project.
Okay. And in the context of that other project, were there any issues with guarantees provided by Zico?
That I do not know.
Were you aware of any issues related to any representations made by Zico?
No.
Okay. Why was Zico notified on December 12th about the guarantee being met as opposed to some earlier date?
Since we were firing at 67%, we were in line with expectations. So we had higher O2 levels, but our NOx was higher than the guarantee. Then we had consulted with them via phone, and they told us that as the O2 level comes down, the NOx levels come down.
Okay.
So we weren't worried at that time yet. So prior to December 12, we were anticipating the burners meeting their guarantees.
Okay. And why is that?
We were running at low, so at the lower firing rate, the flame patterns were consistent. There was no mixing of flames. And the NOx in relation to O2, as lower to you get, there's a drop off in NOx. So we were running about 6 or 7% O2, which it's higher, a little bit higher. You know, you get higher NOx level at high O2s. And at so our anticipation was as we increased firing rate to 100%, the flame would stay straight, nice and straight. And it didn't. So once we started increasing rates on December 11, December 12, that's when we started seeing the bad flame patterns.
Okay, so you did not start increasing the rates until early December?
That's correct.
Okay. And during the time when the burners were operating, what was the range of NOx emissions that you were seeing?
It was consistently about 23, 24, in the mid-20s, at about 6% O2.
Okay.
So NOx peaks, the NOx versus the O2 curve, NOx peaks at about 5% O2. So if you go below 5% O2, NOx starts dropping down. And during startup, we like to run higher O2 just for safety and whatnot.
Okay. So as the facility started up these burners, they went up in certain, I guess, ranges of the firing rates.
Yes.
what dictated the timing of the increases in firing rates?
So it depends on the downstream units from the crude unit. So we shut down the whole refinery, and we had turnarounds for the crude unit, for the coker, flasher, and from November, first week November through, let's say December 11th, the coker and flasher unit were not running yet. The flasher unit was not running yet. I'm sorry, the coker unit was not running yet. So we couldn't increase the crude rate, which means we couldn't increase firing rate for the heater.
Okay. So, and it wasn't until you got to those increased firing rates in early December that the problem was finally recognized?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so you notified Zico on December 12th. When did Zico come to the facility?
They flew out December 13th, they got in late afternoon, and they came in 6 a.m. on December 14th.
Okay. And how long was Zico present at the facility?
They left on December 18th.
Okay.
So they had contacted, they did troubleshooting, they adjusted the air, and we did trials on shutting down burners to improve flame patterns. And on the 16th, they called their test facilities to pull out the burner. And they got that set up. They didn't get to the testing until the 19th because there was a cold spell in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. But that's the timeline.
Okay. And so then, so after sometime after, on December 19th or so is when they did the modeling in the firing of the test burner, or
They did the testing of the burner.
the testing of the burner?
They didn't do another model.
Okay.
Yeah.
They did not do another model? I thought they did.
They did another model not on the 19th.
Okay.
So they did the testing on the 19th.
Okay,
That's the actual physical test of taking the burner, putting it in the furnace, and firing it.
Okay. So they did the testing, and then the modeling followed on the 19th?
So the model, so we had discussions with Zico, and what they thought would be a better configuration. So the model they had wasn't for our tips with steam.
Okay.
They thought they could improve it better by different tips.
Okay. And so in terms of going forward with the steam injection, will you be changing out the tips, the burner tips?
If we don't get the results we want, we will be proceeding with burner tip replacement.
Okay. And what did Zico recommend? Did they recommend changing the burner tips?
Well,
Can I have a moment with my witness?
Or off the record.
yeah, to the mess. So
We're
so
back
what-
on the record.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Could you please ask your question again?
Can I have, can I,
Read the transcript back.
I'm sorry? What did Zico recommend with respect to the burner tips?
Zico recommended a different tip drilling. So tip drilling is just how big the hole, the gas shoots out.
Okay.
So, because with our existing tips, you could get only, our tip drilling is fairly small. It's about a 1/16 of an inch. So with steam, there's more mass going through the burner. So they wanted to increase the tip drilling so it would have more momentum. So the key here is the momentum, right? The momentum from the fuel tips pushes it towards the center of the burner to mix the air and keep the flame pattern stable.
Straight up.
So it goes straight up. So Zico recommended a different tip drilling with bigger diameter tips. So that's what they modeled.
Okay. So why isn't Phillips proposing to immediately change the burner tips?
So what had happened was their model was inconclusive. That tip drilling wasn't significantly better than what we had in there now. So what we do know is if we start steam injection, even with our existing tips, we're confident there's an improvement. Just based on just based on the Zico test results and plus our experience with our coker heaters.
And what is the cost of changing out the burner tips?
We don't know that yet. I mean, we had an estimate. We figure, we don't know that, but we have a rough idea. I think I haven't converted that into a cost dollar amount. In terms of manpower, I do have that number.
What is it?
So it's 12 people.
Just in rough terms.
Yeah,
Is it $1
it's-
million project or for burner tips?
No, it's probably a few $100,000.
Okay.
Okay. Have you reviewed the proposed conditions that are identified as Exhibit 12?
I'll get it for you.
I have not.
Okay. Was this something we needed to,
Marshall Waller.
okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Chi, seems to me in order to have confidence in the new guarantee, that one needs to understand why the old guarantee didn't come true. Do you know why the initial guarantee was not met?
The flue gas currents inside the firebox were a lot stronger. And through discussions with our corporate heater experts and Zico, the current Zico tips point too straight up. So as it points straight up, it's shooting gas straight up in the air, and it's getting pulled away by the flue gas currents, which causes the flame to mix. And when the flames mix, you're not achieving that ideal combustion, and you're creating NOx. So what the steam injection does for us is it brings the steam and fuel mixture closer to the center of the burner so it can mix with the intended air. And when you mix, when the fuel is burned with the intended air, that's how you achieve the emissions guarantees. So they underestimated how much the flue gas currents affect, and that resulted in the flame wash, resulted in the poor flame patterns.
So now, Zico did some checking in their own lab, using steam and their burners. Did the firebox have the same geometry?
No, it does not. So the test facility, the test furnace is only a single burner test furnace. And the results from that test is just the flame pattern, flame width, flame height, emissions number. That gets inputted into the CFD model. And the CFD model is what predicts the performance in terms of flame pattern for our heater.
And that's what predicted the flame pattern initially without steam.
Yeah. So the flame pattern without steam wasn't ideal. So what chose us to make the decision to proceed with the project is the model showed a two-ball temperature of 817 degrees. So 817 degrees is below the coking temperature limit. So the flame patterns without steam injection was it wasn't what you would say ideal. But if you look at the Calidus burners, that's not what you would call ideal either. But they did steam injection, and we know for a fact that steam injection reduces flame temperature from 100 to 200 degrees. And it improves the flame pattern. Because if you look at exhibit,
I don't think you answered it.
okay, all right.
Which,
No, I mean, Exhibit 8 and 9, you know, the flame patterns there, they're not, they could be better, but since they have steam injection, they're straighter than what the new Zico ones are, and the flame temperature is less. And that's why you're not seeing flame impingement or coking, yeah.
suppose it doesn't work out. You don't get to the emission level that you're expecting. What will Phillips do?
No, we're asking Zico to continue to pursue, look at different tip arrangements, and that's what they're doing right now. So different tip configurations, so they're testing, they're still continuing to run tests.
Now, in the variance, you want to use steam for testing, but you also want to, as I understand it, you want to use the steam the moment the variance is granted. Am I correct?
Yes.
But at that point, you don't know, or you haven't started the testing. You don't have the protocol. Why do you want to use the steam?
May I, just a moment?
Or off the record? Back on the record.
Okay, so we have a SEMS analyzer. So we know once we put steam in, we have immediate results whether it will reduce the emissions. So we have continuous analyzer on there.
Not a source test, but SEMS readings.
Thank you.
I have a question, just since we're sort of on this subject. Does it take, when you start steam injection, does it take some period of time after you start that injection to get flame stabilization?
No, once you start steam injection, you should see an immediate result. I mean, we're talking maybe less than an hour, right? Let's say-
Okay,
so you'll see-
because often we hear at the district that there's, once you start a process or whatever, that before source testing can commence, that there's some period of time that is needed to sort of get the equipment, operating in a way that, sort of in a normal operating manner.
I just might note that you said it would be immediate, like within an hour.
Well-
So I think it's just a matter of perspective, what means immediate in a refinery is probably measured in hours, not minutes.
Can I answer that? Okay. All right.
Dr. Lerner?
It's a theoretical question. What is this guarantee? I don't understand it. I mean, good housekeeping says if you don't like this product, bring it back, you get your money back. You didn't get your money back. I'm not really sure what this guarantee means. Let me just put it a different way. They have this theoretical one unit in one defined box with ideal conditions, and they're telling you this is what is happening. We guarantee this. But you don't have that unit. You have this one that is subjected to variable conditions in both cells. What is the guarantee?
And that-
I think that word to me, is a little misleading.
It calls for a little bit of a legal explanation, I would think. It's something that Zico probably wishes that they did it a little bit more carefully at this point. It is a performance guarantee. It puts Zico on the hook. Zico has an issue with their performance guarantee and not meeting the performance guarantee. It's one of the reasons why the project team, and I believe the district, asked for the performance guarantee on the front end as part of the permit application. So I'll let you fill in the gaps, but it's a legal issue for Zico.
Ms. Prusek?
Okay, so a couple of things I wanted to understand. Okay, so with the new modeling, currents aren't taken into account, and with the original modeling, without the steam injection, there was a large fluctuation. There was a large difference between what was expected and what you received. I'm trying to understand why you don't expect that large of a fluctuation this time, and is it that you're getting more, as you're getting steam injection, it's quicker, and so it's less susceptible to currents? Is that one of the reasons?
Well, we don't give the model tells us what they think the flue gas currents are. So we don't input that. So what we do know is if the flame height and the flame width is smaller, it's less susceptible to the flue gas currents. And if the reason that we get into problems with the ultra-low NOx burners are because to reduce NOx emissions, you have to reduce the flame temperature. And what you're doing with ultra-low NOx burners, you're increasing the flame density, right? You're taking the heat release and put it into bigger volume. And when that happens, you go higher in the flue box and the firebox, and the currents pull it away. Prior to the ultra-low NOx burners, those kind of burners were very short and intense. They weren't subjected to the flue gas currents. So flue gas current is not something we input, it's something the model predicts for us. But it can't predict at 100%.
So I'm trying to understand, we're still dealing with low NOx burners, now we're just including steam injection, so why is it not as high and not susceptible to these currents?
So steam gives it more momentum, which shoots it straighter into the center of the burner. Without steam, you don't have as much momentum, and it's more susceptible to the flue gas currents pulling it away.
Okay.
That's why we want steam.
That was my question, but maybe I didn't
Okay.
elegantly
All right.
ask it. Okay, thank you. And then the other variable is that it lowers the temperature, so even if there is impingement, there won't be coking? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't get the answer, if there was one, to whether or not you need to be running steam injection for a certain amount of time before you can source test.
I mean, it'd be ideal, I'm sorry. I mean, it'd be ideal if we get a little bit more time. Everything, once you put something in, you let it stabilize, but you could see an immediate result. So if you want to get an accurate result from the source test, I think you would let it stabilize, but we're not talking days, right? We're talking hours. Yeah, hour or two.
If I might interrupt, just to remind the board of some testimony previously, I don't know that we're prepared to go forward with the source test today. We have a source test protocol submitted to the agency. It's under submission, but it hasn't been approved.
Understood.
Yeah.
However, you're requesting, the way it now reads, to have steam injection immediately.
Correct.
And if we're not sure of what those results are going to be, I want to understand how much you need in order to test it so that we know
And
the answer to that.
not to do too much testimony here, but I do believe the record reflects that there are SEMs that are installed, so you can get immediate answers to.
Understood, but I don't see a condition that takes that SEMS data and then either allows or does not allow the continuance of steam injection. And that's what I would want to see.
I understand now.
Okay. And just one other question. You mentioned that at a 67% firing rate, you had much better NOx, but you had greater O2. So I just want to know, yes or no, is it possible, not that it's ideal, but is it possible at a lower firing rate, 67% or otherwise, to meet the NOx estimate or guarantee?
But at the lower firing rate, then we're running significantly below our crew capacity.
Understood. I didn't say ideal, and there's plenty of testimony about that, but I want to know if it's possible.
It could be possible.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator?
You testified earlier that ZECO would test the theory of process at their site, and you would provide for them the configuration of your burner, et cetera, and they would come up with a emission level and say, with confidence, this works. Then they would send it to you. Is that, do I hear you correctly?
Now, they provide, the emissions comes from ZECO.
That's what I mean, Zico.
Yeah, so ZECO gives us the emissions number. We provide them with our heater geometry, so they can model what it would look like in our heater.
At their site.
It's a computer software. It's not, they don't build the heater. It's a software simulation.
All right. Next question. You don't really know where you are. You got a number of variables, how much oxygen you put in, the firing rate, the temperature, even the steam flow, which you have not discussed, the tip joint, these are variables. And you're treating it, tweaking it, fine-tuning to try to get the best results. You've changed the temperature for, at one point in time, flow rate. You changed the tip joint. You said everything except the steam flow. You're just saying steam, but you don't know that is a variable as well because you get a different result. Then in that case, wouldn't it be ideal to set some of these to be fixed, these variables, and then develop a flow, not a flow chart, but a flow, it's like a flow chart. It's what works ideally best, and then bring it to your plant and set those numbers, chip joint, flow rate, so on, and then tweak it at your site.
Yes, well, ZECO started with like a 0.3 ratio of steam to fuel gas, and that's per ZECO, that's the industry accepted standard ratio for steam injection. But I agree with you, so what we've done, because I mean this has been going on for a month, we've done the similar kind of things. We would hold one variable, we hold all the other variables constant, then modify one. But we've done that with at our heater too.
You had them fixed, and then you vary one of the variables.
Yeah.
And you get a reading.
Mm-hmm.
And if that will not give you the output that you want, the emission level, then you leave that and you vary one of the other variables. Is that correct?
Yes. But we were more interested in the safety aspect of it. We didn't want coking to happen, so we want the heater to operate safely, and we have not tried to optimize emissions right now.
Well, we know what causes coking.
Yeah.
Okay, temperature and so on. Then you don't touch those levels of operation. You said high temperature causes coking, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so you keep it below a certain temperature, you fixed that temperature and see what happens with the other variables to give you what you want.
But we're not running in our normal state, and for safety, we didn't want to adjust to any more variables.
What do you keep saying safety? What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, if coking continues to happen, and there'll be tube rupture, oil in the firebox, fire, and so we were waiting for ZECO to come back to us to give us a solution, because I think we exhausted what we wanted to try.
So you're waiting for ZECO to come back to give you what you need in order to operate it safely and efficiently. Is that correct?
That's one part of it, but we do know by putting steam in, that addresses some of the concerns we have.
Some of the concerns.
Yeah.
So you're not ready for a short variance. You're not ready to go. You don't have a model that you can test at this point in time.
No, we have data that supports steam injection will work.
Senator Holman, I believe the
Testimony reflects that the modeling has been done, the testing's been done. I believe also that Mr. Chi just testified that they've worked for the past month at the refinery trying to work with what they have. And the conclusion is steam injection should help it. And they'd inject the steam, but it's not allowed in the permit.
Which they should help it. And yet you still talk about a tip joint need to be changed. The circumference of the tip joint should change, which modifies the flow, exhaust.
It doesn't change the total amount of fuel gas flow, because we're limited by our firing rate. So changing the tip diameter, what it does is it changes the velocity from the tips. And velocity and momentum, that's all about getting the fuel to combust with the air that's intended for it. And that's all about creating the stable flame patterns. And when you have stable flame patterns, you get NOx emissions reduction, and you eliminate flame impingement.
If you change the circumference of the tip joint.
Diameter, yeah.
Diameter, right, diameter. And then if you increase it, it's less pressure, the flow rate is not intense. You decrease it, the flow rate is increased. More pressure. Velocity, what are you going to call it? Mm-hmm. So does that make a difference in how the system operates?
Yes, it does. And there's 31 tips for each burner. So as we increase tip diameters, we're eliminating the number of tips. So Zeeco's gone through several iterations of different tip designs. So as we change the tip diameter, we don't stay with the same amount of tips, because the fuel flow to the burner is still the same. To increase the velocity, it's just that we're reducing the number of tips within that burner. Zeeco is.
So you have 60-plus burners, is that correct?
36 burners.
36 burners. In the first iteration of Zeeco, it didn't give you the results you wanted. Is that the same burner you're working with, or did you replace the burners?
We have now replaced the burners.
Do you expect it? Do you anticipate replacing the burners?
That's part of what this testing is going to let us know, right? We don't know how far we could get with steam injection with the current burner.
That's what this testing is going to let you know.
That's what's going to
You're
let us
not
know.
ready.
And Senator Holden, please keep in mind that these are the brand-new burners they just spent $5 million on. So they're going to try to work with these to get them to work. And if they don't, then I guess we have to.
I understand very clearly now. That's the matter before us. Use the burners that Zeeco $5 million just sold you, and now you're trying to make some adjustment or fine tune or tune it in a way where it works.
I have one easy question. I wanted to follow Ms. Prusak because I think I heard that the source test protocol had been submitted already. Is that what I heard someone say?
This is correct.
Okay.
It was submitted like yesterday.
Yesterday. Okay, so the district already has it. That's one of the conditions that's in the, on the list, so we
We
don't have.
satisfied it,
Okay.
yes, condition number 2.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chi, I asked why start the steam as soon as variance is granted, and you responded that you're going to get some information from your SEMS. And this information will be used to make further adjustments in flows to optimize the NOx reduction. Is that the purpose?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just one question to clarify. You may have answered this, but I don't know it. Does a lower temperature by itself equal lower NOx? Or is
Yes.
it, okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Doctor?
This is redundant, but I think I heard one of you say that you actually are using steam now for modeling purposes. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Further questions from Mr. Chi?
If I may, I have one more question. Okay. Mr. Chi, we know that injecting steam would violate the permit. Are there negative consequences, emissions consequences? Are there any other negative consequences associated with the injection of steam?
That I don't know. The only one, since my project is for the reclaim NOx, I was only concerned with NOx. Maybe somebody else would know that.
Could we just get 1 minute?
We're off the record. We're back on the record.
Exhibit 3. And I've got Exhibit 3 open. Why don't you exhibit number 1? And that's how to answer it.
All right.
No, but I don't expect any difference based on the
Okay. I'm ready. Okay.
Okay.
All right, so based on the Zico data sheets on Exhibit 1, which is without steam,
If you might take a moment, you almost want to compare
Yeah.
page 405 of Exhibit 1 to Exhibit 3. Those are the two Zico guarantees with steam and without steam.
and
Please continue.
they're the same. So there's no change between those other emissions.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't expect any.
Good here.
They haven't moved. The NOx moved, but those numbers didn't move a bit.
I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Norton, I believe there were some questions for Mr. Waller that need
Yes.
to be answered, and Ms. Barrera, I expect you're going to have some witnesses.
I have the engineer, 2 engineers available, and I guess we had a few more questions for Mr. Waller. I wanted to go through some of the conditions. And then, if the board has questions. Yeah, I will, yes, I will.
You will be presenting a witness? Okay. Perhaps then it's best to take our lunch recess at this time. Ms. Prusek?
If the district in particular, in the lunch break, can consider whether you want to have some limitation on the use of steam injection over the course of the variance, and present evidence or testimony as to why, and then perhaps suggest a limiting condition. Otherwise, maybe you have faith, and we can hear about that as well.
And during the last break, I actually did draft an off-ramp type condition, and,
We got some work to do.
Okay.
okay.
That's what I was going to suggest.
Yeah.
Very good. We'll take our lunch recess, about 12:45? Enough time? You want an hour? Okay. We'll come back at 5 minutes of 1. We're back on the record. Okay. Ms. Barrera?
First off, I have distributed to the clerk and hopefully to all of you a revised set of conditions for you to review. I don't know that I want to necessarily go over them at this moment, but if we can mark them Exhibit A.
They'll be so marked.
The changes on this set of conditions, as you look at them, we had used inconsistent wording for the testing. On some conditions, we had called it performance tests, and others we'd called it source tests. So I just made the wording consistent in all the conditions. It refers to source tests now. There is a new condition. I took out the old condition 2, which was requiring them to submit a protocol to the district. That was submitted yesterday, so that condition's no longer needed. There is a new, condition 6 is new in this one, and this is sort of the off-ramp that we had talked about earlier. And then condition 8 has been changed. The prior set of conditions had just talked about the variance lasting 90 days. And it actually may end earlier than that, depending on sort of what happens during the course of this demonstration. If for some reason, the steam injection doesn't work. And I'm going to have a witness, but just as the preface to that witness, the district's concern is that steam injection, they do believe it will result in lower NOx emissions. The concern is that it may cause increases in other pollutants. And which is why new condition 6 has been added, because if those other pollutants increase to the extent that they then put the facility in violation of other emission limits, then we want them to stop. Okay?
Ms. Prusik?
Because I had a question on that. What it meant to be applicable permit emission limits, because there is no NOx emission limit, so you're talking about other.
Other pollutants, yeah, so it's for CO and VOCs, and it's other applicable permit limits. Okay.
Okay.
Board members have any questions on the conditions? Apparently not.
Okay.
Mr. Norton, I think you had some follow-up for Mr.
Yes. Mr.
Marshall
Waller?
Waller.
Good, I'd like to recall Mr. Waller. Mr. Waller, you were asked about source test requirements for the new Zico burners. Are there source test requirements built into the permit that apply to the new Zico burners?
Yes.
Could you describe those in general terms?
Yes, it's actually condition D, D as in dog, 29.7, which requires a source test for NOx, CO, PM, and ROG.
Can I have that? Copies.
Within either 120 days of reaching maximum production rate or no later than 180 days after startup.
Thank you. Have the source tests been performed as of yet?
No, we have not done it yet.
Okay, so, but you intend to do the source test?
Oh, yes.
That's all I had for Marshall written down. That's all I have for this witness at this time. Turn it over to the
Ms.
district.
Barrera, any questions for Mr. Marshall?
Okay. Yes, just to be clear, with respect to the SEMs that the facility has for these burners, does that only measure NOx?
We have a SEMS for NOx and SOx.
And SOx, okay. For CO, PM, and ROG, those are not measured by a SEM, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And those are only measured through source testing?
Correct.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Board members, any questions for Mr. Waller? Doctor?
Just to inject a little lighthearted humor, my first name is Rog. I am not going to be source tested.
He'd fail.
But, now you tell me, okay, after 7 months. But, sir, could you tell me seriously, what ROG is? I'm not really familiar with the term.
It's reactive organic gases. It's,
Gotcha.
if I recall, it's a subset of VOC. It's basically, any unburned hydrocarbon from combustion.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I do believe that ROG excludes methane, because methane is not a reactive gas.
Right.
That's the reason for ROG, correct, District?
Yeah.
Good enough.
They agree.
Yes,
It's the volatile organic compounds with the exception, with methane, which isn't reactive.
gotcha.
Senator?
Right, I asked a question earlier about variables and whether or not you're ready to proceed with soft testing. And I guess you say you are, but based on the fact that it's not, you're still fine tuning and you're still tweaking, one could say that your system's in a state of flux. You know what I mean by that, right? Flux, I mean, it's not stabilized. There's no stability in the system as you're now preparing to source test.
Well, at current operation, we're stable at our current conditions. It's not optimal. It's not at the rate we want to run at. But I mean, it is stable where it is now.
Define stability to what it is now.
It's not optimized
Obviously not.
to perform a test, correct?
So when you plan to have it to be optimized to perform the testing?
Well, that's part of what this variance is for, to be able to use steam to optimize NOx emissions so that we can do a source test at normal production rate.
So at some point you will optimize it. You expect to optimize the system where you can begin to perform this source testing.
Yes.
That's going to be, it could be time, you could do it overnight, or it could be time consuming because you don't know what the answer is going to be. You don't know how much time it'll take to get to where you want to be in order to perform before you start doing the source testing.
Correct.
So that's additional time, maybe. If you're lucky, you get it done in the first day, second day, third test.
If I might interject, I believe that the testimony shows that and reflecting what Mr. Waller just said, is that right now the system is stable at the lower rates. So to avoid the flame impingement and the coking on the inside of the tubes and the potential fire, they've actually turned everything down. The optimization would be just steam injection. That's really the one critical factor that needs to be changed. Everything else pretty much is going to be held stable. Once they inject the steam, then they can test it. We'll have immediate results via the SEMS, the continuous emissions monitoring for NOx. But for the other criteria pollutants the district is interested in, a source test is required. They're not prepared to go forward with the source test today, not for technical reasons, but for regulatory reasons. The source test protocol has been submitted to the agency. They expect to evaluate it and hopefully approve it within 7 days. But we really can't source test until the source test protocol has been approved. And that seems to be the only limitation on performing the source test, other than some minor technical
Is
issues.
there any provision in the source test protocol that you think that you could share with us that you think we might need to know?
It's just how you actually do the source test. I've seen them before. I'm not smart enough to really understand them. That's certainly something that maybe one of the district witnesses could answer. But I do think that there's nothing unusual or different about the source test that's been proposed for the crude unit heater than what is typically done for a source test. I think it's fairly standard.
You think it would have been to our advantage to share that protocol test with us, at least to look at as you speak about it?
Yes. One moment, please.
While he's looking, Dr. Lerner, you have a question?
Either of you could answer this. Is it I just want to get the understanding why it would be, would it be inefficient to operate at a lower rate and without doing steam? Would that result in less product being produced? Is that the reason why you want to maximize this? Or optimize it to as high a level as you can, the temperature and in other words, the reason why you're using steam is to make the performance better. But if you didn't, if you kept it below the level, the temperature level below which you would get impingement on the pipes, would that lower the amount of product you would produce on a daily basis?
Yes, because that's the condition we're in now.
Okay.
We're not able to run at full rate
Okay.
because of the flame impingement that would result in coking.
Follow-up question. Approximately how many barrels a day are you producing now at this lower rate?
We testified approximately 120,000 barrels per day is the rate we're running at, compared to our normal or our
Max?
rated capacity of 138,000,
Okay.
which has resulted in,
Yeah, I wasn't sure. I obviously didn't make the connection between these two numbers. Thank you.
The source test protocols prescribe the conditions under which the test is to be conducted, the procedures to be used, sometimes where the sampling probe is to be located, etc. I'm wondering, Senator, which of the 6 findings that we have to make for a variance you think some useful information would be included?
I'm asking, what's your name again, sir?
Chris Norton, Mr.
Chris,
Senator.
just tell me what you have there on the surface, please.
Very good. What I have before me is, actually, can I use my witness? Thank you.
Yeah, just make it brief.
Thank you, I will. Mr. Waller, I have before you a document that's titled Compliance Emission Test Protocol for Phillips 66 Company, and it's dated January the 18th, 2017. Is this the source test protocol for the crude unit heater that's been submitted to the district in support of this project?
yes.
At this time, I'd like to not make an exhibit, but just provide a copy to Senator Holden for his review.
If you could just describe it briefly, I'm not going to reread that whole thing. Because it's just time consuming.
I can describe
Okay, so,
I
okay.
think they're in a hurry here, so.
Yeah. It's just, I just wanted to assure you that we have actually made the commitment to prepare the source test protocol. It's long and detailed, it's very technical. I've looked through it, I don't understand it. And I'm used to these things.
Is it dated, is there a date on it?
Yes,
What date?
I think it's January the 18th, 2017.
So you just did it.
Yeah. I don't want to make an exhibit, I don't have enough copies, but I just want to make it available to the board.
I can have a witness briefly just explain the process for submission and review of the protocols at the district.
Well,
That's all I had, thank you.
I'd like that done.
Okay.
Senator, we're going to have a witness to describe the
Proceed.
what protocol is about.
Just not, I'm not going to analyze it. I'm just going to tell her what we do at the district. The district calls Paul Park. Mr. Park, will you please state and spell your name for the record?
Paul Park, P-A-U-L, P-A-R-K.
And did you take the oath to testify truthfully today?
Yes.
Okay. And what's your position with the district?
I am a senior air quality engineer in refinery permitting.
Okay. And the permit application for these new burners, has that been submitted for review to the district?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to first go off a little bit on source testing. When the district requires a facility to conduct a source test, does the district require that the company first submit a protocol to the district?
Yes.
And in general terms, what is a protocol?
It's just, it's a testing method that I guess we want to make sure that the test is done in accordance with approved test method.
Okay. And now, does the district have a specific unit within the district of employees that are tasked with reviewing and evaluating those protocols?
Yes.
Okay. And that's not your job, is it?
No, we receive the protocol, then we make a request to the source testing group to review the protocol.
Okay. And so they conduct their review, and then do they approve it, disapprove it, what do they do?
They either approve it or disapprove it.
Okay. And generally, can you just tell us the types of things that they're looking for when they review a protocol? Do you know?
I don't really know, but from what I know, they make sure that the method is appropriate for whatever they want to test. They want to make sure that the stack height is correct, the sampling points are correct, and they also make sure that the source testing company is approved to do the test.
Okay. And then once the district approves a protocol, the facilities are expected to conduct their source tests in accordance with that protocol?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with steam injection of burners?
I have seen it used in gas turbines for reducing NOx emissions.
Okay. And is it your opinion that generally that steam injection of burners like this does lead to reduced NOx emissions?
Yes.
Okay. In this case, the facility has submitted a permit application to allow for steam injection of the burners, but the district has asked for a demonstration of the burners with steam injection before it will issue a permit. Why is that?
Although the steam injection will reduce NOx emissions, we were concerned with other pollutants, primarily CO, ROG, and perhaps PM emissions may increase as a result of steam injection.
Okay. We've heard testimony that the burners are currently operating at a NOx rate, ppm rate of 45 ppm. Does that emission rate violate any emission limit?
No, when we did the permit for the new burner, we established baseline NOx emissions at 47 ppm.
Okay, so and 47 ppm, that baseline was based on what the old burners were operating at?
Yes.
Okay, and so even at this higher rate, they are lower than they were previously?
That is correct.
But the district would like to see even further NOx reductions if possible. Is that true?
We were anticipating quite a bit of reduction, more than half of NOx emission reduction, but apparently that didn't happen.
Okay. And how confident are you that steam injection will lead to reductions of NOx?
I'm pretty confident that it will reduce NOx emissions. By how much, I don't know.
Okay. And with respect to the other pollutants that you mentioned, do you agree that those pollutants can only be measured through source testing?
Yes.
Okay. But the NOx emissions can be measured almost immediately through the SEMS?
Yes, I think they do have a certified reclaimed NOx SIMS for this unit.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Mr. Norton?
No questions, but I thank you for your service. Thank you, Paul.
Board members, questions for Mr. Park? Ms. Bruzane?
I just have one question. Do you know approximately how long it might take for a protocol to be approved? This one was already submitted.
We made an expedited request yesterday. We hope to have it approved by next week, 26th.
Okay, because I was just doing some quick math to make sure that everything in the proposed conditions can fit within the 90 days, and that would do it. I think that you would need to at least approve within 13 days. Would that occur, do you believe?
I'm hopeful that it will be approved by next week.
Okay, but
I can't say.
you can't say with certainty, but that sounds reasonable.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Senator?
Do we have personnel on staff?
Excuse me?
Do we have personnel on staff is available and really qualified to take a look at this?
To look at,
The protocol?
district has a qualified staff to review the protocol, yes.
It's quite detailed.
Yes.
ARB is involved, a lot of stuff is in here.
I don't believe ARB will be reviewing this.
One of the people or companies that will be participating in the testing is been approved by ARB, and that's part of their resume, I imagine.
It's Delta.
Yes, I think they submitted a certification that they
Right.
are qualified to do the test.
Qualification.
ARB certification, yes.
Yes, Senator, not anybody can do the source testing, so we require facilities to use, there are only certain approved source testers who can do this, and so we ask for those certifications.
It's good to look at it because you're going the extra mile to make sure that what you're doing is verified.
Correct.
All right, thank you. May I keep this?
Yep, yes, it's yours. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Park? Apparently not. Any other witnesses?
No.
Okay. We're going to go off the record. I might have had some questions that I'd forgotten about. We're off the record. We're back on the record. I have no questions, and apparently no one else has. Oh, Ms. Byrd.
I know you mentioned that you've seen a turbine that's used this steam injection to reduce NOx. Is there any reason, and I know that we won't have results from a source test until we have source test protocol approved and source test scheduled and all that. Is there any reason that you can see that there may be some concern for the emissions of CO, PM, ROG?
Well, anytime you inject steam, you are trying to lower the flame temperature that has a potential to increase ROG, PM, and CO emissions.
In your experience, is there, I guess what I'm looking at is, will these reach levels that we should be concerned about?
I don't anticipate they will exceed the limit,
Okay.
but I can't really say until we do the testing.
Okay. Do you have any opinion of the information provided by ZECO on, I'll find it, in the exhibits that say that there will not be an increase? They show, there are two comparisons. I don't know if you were in the room at that time, but there are two comparisons in this packet, and I'm trying to find where they are. And it's based on, okay, I'll find it.
You might be looking for exhibits 1 and 3.
1 and 3,
the
that's
petition.
right. And it's attached to the petition, and in 1 and 3, it shows on page 4, I believe, of both of those exhibits, the same PPMs of those particular, it shows the same for CO, VOC, and ROG on both of them. Does that, I don't know if you've looked at this, and I was wondering if you considered that to be reasonable, and reasonable expectation.
It's a guarantee, so have to wait and see.
But, yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
On that, up towards the top, it talks about combustion air temperature being at 800 degrees Fahrenheit. Is that the applicable temperature we're talking about, or is that a different temperature? Is that the temperature that's lowered by steam injection?
I think the 800 degree is referring to the exhaust temperature, if I'm not mistaken. No?
So that's not, is that relevant or not relevant? Like, should that be lower based on the steam injection, or is that a totally different?
I was referring to the
Temperature.
flame temperature.
Okay, so that's different.
You're right.
Okay, thank you.
Phillips 66 could provide some clarifying testimony on that if you'd like.
If the answer is that that's not the flame temperature and it's a different number, then I'm fine on that. Okay, because
Okay,
Mr. Park just said that, so I'm okay. I'm okay.
very good, thank you.
Okay, everybody's satisfied? I'll ask if there's any member of the public who wishes to testify in this matter. There are none. Mr. Norton, you may make a closing statement.
I'll make it exceedingly brief. I do think that sufficient testimony, exhibits, and other evidence has been provided that the hearing board can make the 6 findings. I just want to put this in perspective. This was a significant project, $5 million to improve the crude unit heater to achieve lower NOx. That was the sole purpose of the project. It's still an important part, it seems. The Zico burners did not perform as expected. It does appear that Phillips 66 took reasonable precautions in the project. They not only asked for the performance guarantee, but they also modeled the burners before installation, and they also had Zico test those same burners at a facility in Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. Prior to installation, Phillips had every expectation that they would at least meet the performance guarantee and probably do a little bit better, because if you look at the performance guarantee, there's the expected results and then the guaranteed results. We really should be closer to the expected results, not even the performance guarantee. Since, I think the testimony also shows that since this incident arose, that Phillips 66 has been prompt in getting to the hearing board. It was only after December, mid-December, did we realize that we actually had an issue, because that was the point where we actually ramped up the capacity factor in the crude unit heater to match what was going on with the startup and bringing all the units up. That was the point where we were really getting closer to 100% capacity. So I do think that the evidence shows that Phillips 66 acted reasonably in this. During the variance period, it appears that we would have a substantial reduction in NOx with steam injection. I think that there's universal agreement that it should work. I think that there's some concern by the district that other criteria pollutants might increase, but that's the reason why we would do the source test. And there are limits in the permit that we would have to comply under condition number 6 after the source test is performed. There are some off-ramps that have been built into the variance conditions in case the project objectives are not met. But we fully expect that steam injection is going to work, and it's going to work well. And we would like to get to it as quickly as possible so that we could reduce the NOx and get the burners back to the state that we thought that they would be in when they were first installed. And with that, I'll stop. Thank you very much.
Ms. Barrera?
It's a bit of an odd variance because they say they're in compliance now. I think there is an argument to be made that they're not, because they're not operating consistent with the application specifications that they submitted to us. They're certainly not in violation of any emission limit at the moment as a reclaim facility. So, but the district, you know, we're in the middle of our air quality management plan. And NOx is one of those pollutants that the district needs to have reduced. And the district has good reason to believe that steam injection will result in a reduction of NOx emissions. There's some reluctance, though, because it's, you know, ZECO made this guarantee the first time around, and they didn't, you know, they missed the mark, and now there's a new guarantee, and, you know, they've submitted a permit application, and typically a permit application would be analyzed based on the representations made by the facility, and so, you know, one possibility would be for the district to go through permitting, but how do they, is it reasonable for them to rely on a guarantee when the prior guarantee wasn't, you know, did not work out? And so the district has asked for this demonstration, but the demonstration can't be done as the permit is currently written, which is why it's beyond their reasonable control. You know, steam injection is not permitted. But it's going to be the only way, the path forward to, you know, reducing these NOx emissions. As I said, the district is very confident that it will result in a reduction. There is some concern about those other pollutants, though. They don't think that in balancing those, that the possible increases should prevent them from doing this testing and steam injection and from operating with steam injection, you know, once the source testing is done. Obviously, if there's a condition in there now that if after source testing they're violating the emission limits for those other pollutants, then they need to stop. Then they need to, and that will be the end of the variance. So. It's, as I said, it's a bit difficult. I think that there are some concerns with whether or not they can technically meet the requirements for the 6 findings. You know, curtailment obviously might get them into a technical compliance too, but that doesn't allow us to do steam injection, which is, you know, what we want to see, and steam injection is what is going to lead to the NOx reductions. So. You know, I think that the board can make the findings. The district does not oppose issuance of this variance, but we do realize that there's some sort of technical legal difficulties, perhaps, and which is why we filed for the order for abatement for next week. We've alleged a violation in that order for abatement petition that says, you know, that they're not operating properly. That's a close call as to whether or not that is in fact a violation when they're not violating an emission limit. But that would be for next week. As for today, I think that, again, it's beyond their reasonable control. They cannot inject steam as the permit is presently written. I'm satisfied with the timing issues based on the testimony that they were addressing these issues through December, and they moved on December 30th for variance relief. I think that the conditions, you know, control how they will perform during this variance, and so with as long as the conditions proposed are imposed against the facility, the district does not oppose issuance of this variance.
Thank you. Board members, it's the first finding about whether or not the petitioner is or will be, certainly the petitioner will be in violation if it injects steam for the purpose of reducing NOx. But there is that other question, whether or not the petitioner is presently in violation. If the board decides that they are in violation presently, then the question comes up, was the petition timely filed? So I'd like to hear some discussion about that.
I'm not sure the question squarely before us is whether they are in violation. I think that that question, if the order for abatement goes forward, will be squarely before us. And the reason why I don't think it's squarely before us is because the petitioner is not asking for a variance from the particular provision, I believe it's administrative condition number 2, which requires compliance with whatever's in the application. And so, because they're not asking for that, rather they're asking for administrative condition number 2, but only as it has to do with steam injection. And so, as a result, I think that is really the only issue today, because that is how limited our variance would be.
Any other thoughts? So consensus is that petitioner will be, but is not. Okay.
Repeat that, Mr. Chair.
Do you have it?
I just said the district's presentation a little earlier made it a little more confusing for me, but that's my feeling, that they will be in violation when they do the steam injection.
And Senator, I think the point was that our first finding, says that we have to find that either they are or will be. Okay, and it's clear that they will be when they start injecting. My question had been, and I think Ms. Prusak's response satisfied me, is whether petitioner is currently in violation, because petitioner is the petitioner's operation presently is not quite exactly as was presented in the application for the permit. And generally that what's in the application that gets into the permit is, and if you don't follow that to the T, then that is deemed to be a violation. And for the purposes of the variance that is before us, perhaps it is not.
I think on number 1, it says that if the petitioner proceed to operate the system, then of course he will be in violation. If they proceed to operate.
With steam injection.
Yes, they would be in violation. And that, of course, is beyond their control because they're required to do that in order to reduce the emission level. So therefore, 2 deals with the emission. It is beyond their control.
Okay. Okay, so we're done with that. The next finding is that due to conditions beyond the reasonable control of the petitioner, I think the demonstration has been more than adequate. Petitioner did purchase equipment that was guaranteed to meet a certain, well, let's back up. Petitioner does need to reduce its emissions in order to satisfy the change in the reclaim law, and to do that, petitioner has purchased equipment, $5 million worth of low NOx burners. They were installed, and the guarantee from the manufacturer is that it would bring them to a much lower NOx emission, just below 20 ppm. It turns out that in the application, the petitioner initially sought to include steam injection as part of its application. The vendor assured them that steam was not needed in order to meet the anticipated level of NOx, and so the option of using steam was left out of the permit. As it turns out, the testing indicates that the guarantee was not met. The manufacturer now has indicated that it can guarantee that same limit, but with steam injection. Petitioner cannot do that because the permit does not provide for that. In order to prove that it can meet that limit, so that the permit can be amended, the petitioner needs to do the testing with steam injection. That would be a violation of the permit, and so the variance is needed. So it's really beyond their control to, in this particular situation.
100% agree. Just wanted to add, since Ms. Barrera had brought it up throughout the hearing, including in her opening and closing, that part of our decision of beyond reasonable control under 42352.5 is really to look at the timeline and see whether the actions petitioner took were reasonable and timely in either seeking to comply or request a variance. And I agree with her conclusion, based on all the testimony, that it was a very reasonable timeline, given the ramping up and the fact that they did not know until mid-December, I believe it was, that once they went above that 67% or whatever they're at currently, that they began having impingement and coking and those issues, and that the NOx, they weren't going to be able to reach that NOx. So I just wanted to add that.
Next finding, any other comments on that finding? Next finding is that the closing or taking would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants.
We didn't discuss the taking.
The what?
The closing, we didn't discuss the arbitrary or unreasonable taking of property or practical closing or elimination of.
Okay, you want to do that?
Sure. I do believe it's beyond the reasonable control not to be able to do steam injection, and if they cannot, the unreasonable taking of property, I believe, is number one. They cannot get that NOx down, and thus the entire point of bringing in the low NOx burners, which is to comply with the NOx shave from the reclaim program, they can never satisfy that unless they keep at a very limited throughput, which is currently 120,000, I believe, barrels a day versus the 138,000, which is their capacity, which would be an unreasonable taking as well. So it's either one or the other, or both. And so I think that certainly qualifies as an unreasonable taking.
Ms. Bird?
I have a kind of circular thought, and if they, the $5 million that they've invested in this equipment, I think would also be a taking if they cannot use the equipment, and if they cannot test the equipment so that they can use the equipment, it may delay, there would be replacements required and what have you, that might make it a while before they could get back up to their capacity with production, if they don't have the equipment that would be approved by the district so that they could do that.
I'm sorry, are you saying that they may need some other parts to the
I'm
NOx
saying
burners?
if what would happen if they didn't get the variance, what would happen to the equipment if they were not allowed to test or demonstrate that this could somehow meet district requirements? Then it might have some other ramifications as far as equipment goes. That's all. And may have some limitation as if there's some ramifications about equipment, then there may be some ramifications about production, and kind of circular. That's just how my brain works.
Senator?
The district's already testified they would not be in violation. I think it was 47 ppm. So they would not be in violation. operating currently. But, you know, the hearing board, the governing board, got a new program now called non-shave, knock shave. I think it says knock shave. And that being the case, an effort being made to comply with the new regulation or proposal already submitted by the governing board, which should be applauded for that. And we're going to try and make it work so that you can be in compliance with new board regulation or new board governing board rules. All right? Okay. So it's important.
Yeah, the next finding is the closing would be without a corresponding benefit in reducing air contaminants. Here we're talking about the refinery and also the $5 million investment in the low NOx burners versus the expected reduction, and not if we grant the variance rather than an increase, as we are usually thinking about when we're thinking about a variance. There's a possibility that some of the other contaminants might increase organics, carbon monoxide, when you reduce the flame temperature, but that will be determined as a result of the testing. But even so, the amounts are expected to, if there is an increase, they will be quite small compared to the closing or taking. Number 4, the applicant for the variance has given consideration to curtailing operations. That's not a cure in this case. Curtailing operations won't get them around the situation. Ms. Prusak?
There was testimony that they could curtail operations and quite possibly meet the NOx emissions rates that were guaranteed. However, that's not reasonable that this refinery continued to operate at that after an almost $5 million investment. I think as you're saying, in order to demonstrate that the steam injection will actually get them where they need to be at full operation, the curtailment isn't going to help them with that, because as you're saying, they would be in violation as soon as they do steam injection. So I agree, but I think more fully they could be curtailing and being in. They could not need a variance, but then they wouldn't be able to demonstrate the full potential of the low NOx burners.
During the period of the variance, the applicant will reduce excess emissions. That's not applicable. We're looking at a reduction, actually. And petitioner will monitor. Petitioner has NOx monitors to monitor the emissions. And I think that concludes the findings discussion, unless somebody has some additional comments. Nope. Dr. Lerner?
This probably should have been asked before, and nobody has to answer it if it's out of sync. The question is there any parallelism between the NOx emissions and the other emissions that we're concerned about with change in temperature? Or is that not known, or is it vary with each individual refinery or respondent who is here before us?
NOx is formed at high temperatures in the presence of air. The nitrogen in the air is fixed and is converted to NOx, nitric oxide, nitrogen dioxide. And essentially the way to control NOx is to control the temperature of the flame, reduce it a bit. But as you reduce it, you reduce, depending on the conditions, you reduce the ability to burn off all of the reactive organic compounds. You create the possibility of generating some particulate matter and creating some carbon monoxide. So you gain here and you lose there, and it's a delicate balance that is needed.
Basically, whatever we always have to look at this. We have to have the documentation of seeing where the where both
balance is.
both are going at any given temperature. Thank you.
Ms. Prusak?
I think that the evidence that we've had before us is, on the one hand, we have the guarantee from ZECO, which shows that there will not be an increase. However, we all know that the first guarantee was not exactly spot on. We have the testimony of the district saying they have concerns, as Chairman is pointing out, that with the lower temperature, PM and other pollutants may increase, but we do have the insertion of, and hopefully it will be part of any motion, of proposed condition number 6, which would not allow those pollutants to go over applicable emission limits, or else they would need to stop steam injection, which I think is really important to note.
Okay, in the matter of Phillips 66 Company, case 4900-102, I move that we grant a short variance commencing forthwith and continuing for a period as specified in the conditions, condition number 8. The variance is from but is when?
And Mr. Cameron, I don't want to interrupt the deliberations. We did have a comment on one of the conditions. When it's appropriate, it's just condition number 1.
And that comment was?
It essentially says, it's just in conflict with the variance starting today and the testimony. It says petitioner shall notify the clerk of the hearing board in writing and the district via 1-800-CUT-SMOG, attention Casey Williams, at least 24 hours prior to starting steam injection. We'd like to start right away. We'd like to start today. We've discussed this with the district, and they certainly understand. Actually, we tried to make the notice already, and that really doesn't work for a condition that you don't already have. So we'd like to satisfy that condition, but we don't want to wait 24 hours prior to inject the steam.
So,
So the district has no objection to them starting today?
okay.
Could we just eliminate that particular
Condition?
Yeah. Thank you. That's all I had.
All right, so the variances from the rules,
May I just jump in? So then condition 7 now would be the term. So for
Yeah.
beginning today and going to condition 7.
so commencing forthwith and ending pursuant to condition number 7 in Exhibit A. And it's from the rules and conditions specified in the petition. Was that complete? Yeah. And the equipment is the crude oil heater DU-255, reclaim number D59, application number 535767, located at the Phillips 66 refinery at 1520 East Sepulveda Boulevard in Carson. And the variance is subject to the conditions set forth in Exhibit A with the following changes. Condition number 1 is deleted. The other conditions are renumbered accordingly. And in former condition number 9, which is now 8, petitioners shall pay all applicable fees to the clerk of the board on or before February, what would that be? 4? 3. Pardon? There are no excess emissions. Where? Oh, no?
Are there any outstanding fees otherwise?
Okay, so we'll strike that condition. Number, former 9, and so 10 becomes 8. And that concludes my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Byrd has seconded the motion. Discussion on the motion?
Yeah, what about the fee? Did you strike that altogether?
Yes.
Why? Pardon?
There's no fees.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you if you wrote a check. That's what.
We did when we filed the petition, but I think that we're done with that.
That particular provision is usually inserted when there are excess emissions, and that has to do with excess emission fees. But in this case, there are no excess emissions anticipated.
And it doesn't work backwards if there's a negative. Okay, Ms. Byrd has seconded the motion, and any further discussion on it? Dr. Lerner, how do you vote?
In favor of the motion.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Yes, that was a yes, okay.
Yes.
Ms. Prusak, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Senator?
Yeah, Holden, yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you very much for your time. This was complicated, and I thank you for your patience.
It sounded straightforward at the
It
beginning.
sounded so straightforward.
Not straightforward.
I would also like to just have the order for abatement scheduled for Tuesday taken off calendar.
Okay. The matter scheduled for Tuesday. What's the date on Tuesday?
The
January
24th, January
24th.
24th.
In the matter of Phillips 66, case 4900-103 is off calendar. Thank you very much. Any other business?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Doc, on the board members' comments, I think it's important to note that yesterday we voted to remain the jurisdiction over the health study. And my position is that if the district got to be more proactive. If they just sit back and do nothing, the time will run. If they can participate in selecting a vendor to perform the study, then they got to do like an RFQ, a request for qualification, who they would recommend to the respondents to be considered for performing such a study. Doc, you have any comments on that?
I'm not sure, may I see your agenda for a moment? Because I'm not sure we should be discussing that outside of the scheduled hearing on that. It says, board member comments, any member of the hearing board may make a brief announcement or report on his or her own activities, provide a reference to the hearing board regarding factual information, request district staff to report back at a subsequent meeting concerning any matter, or may take action to direct the clerk of the board to place a matter of business on a future agenda. I suppose, under the reading of this, if you want to request district staff to report back at a subsequent meeting concerning a matter, I suppose you could do that, but we should not discuss the matter.
We're not discussing it.
Okay.
And the purpose for which is being suggested is that they have to be more proactive and want to bring the district back to discuss it. That's why I want it to be agendized.
You wish to put that on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we really have to think about this. First of all, you can't bring back the district without the other party,
The other
or
party should-
without a notice to the public.
Sooner the better.
We have a return, no, we don't have a return date. It certainly would have been helpful to mention this yesterday, I have to be honest, with the parties and public present. This is a difficult one for me to do on the fly. If you want me to take a moment, think about it.
What is the question on the table? I mean, what is the issue?
We've been,
What is desired, I guess that's what I'm saying.
pardon?
What is it that is desired?
We desire, we should, because I believe it's necessary, to have the district be more proactive in working with the respondents on the health study for Lisa Canyon. They
More
got to be
proactive than what?
What?
proactive in
Right.
there because.
To do what?
Within the stipulated order, it says that the district and the respondent will select and approve a vendor to perform the health study. So obviously the respondent is not gonna look for anyone to perform the study. It appears to be that way. So the district gotta take the initiative to do that and then bring it to the table with the respondents and try to get it resolved once and for all and go forward, because otherwise it'll never happen.
May I just say, without getting into anything that wasn't publicly stated yesterday. Yesterday, we made a motion to extend the jurisdiction. The reason why, which was stated on the record and aired to the public, was because the district presented to us that the parties are right now in litigation, essentially, over the issue of the health study and the breadth of the health study and the reasonable costs, which are part and parcel of that, of the health study, and that the Superior Court would not even be hearing arguments until February. So no other action can be taken until that decision is made. It was my understanding, based on testimony from prior hearings, that in fact the district had identified a party that they wished to do the study. They were proactively working towards it. They are at an impasse, which is why they are now in Superior Court. So I don't believe we should be requesting the district to do anything more than than to argue the matter. The respondent will argue the matter for the Superior Court, and decision will be made. Right now, it's not within our jurisdiction.
Okay, so fine, when the decision is made, then of course it'll be appropriate time to bring it to the board for discussion.
And I think then it will probably come back
Okay.
to us if there remains an issue at that time.
No problem.
That sounds good.
Well explained. Sometimes.
I'm reminded that the district convened a panel of experts. The district convened a panel of experts regarding this. Yes. That's in the order, that was to be done.
They didn't do that.
You know that?
Well, not to since I've been on the board, I've never heard them having done that. The governing board, they did not here.
Oh, I don't think we should discuss further.
Okay.
I think that solves the issue, correct?
To restate, I had no knowledge of it. I don't know if you did or not.
You might have to go back to the previous hearing.
Yes, only in what was the evidence presented in previous hearings. That's the only knowledge that I would have.
All the reports and the things.
Is there any way we can ascertain what the governing board
You're good with just waiting until the Superior, you're good with the Superior.
I have no problem with that.
a way of knowing that they contacted these experts?
I think we
Yeah,
cannot, we cannot be talking, I don't think we should be
Okay,
talking further.
I'm going to end it this way. I'm going to end it this way. This board is a quasi-judicial body. There is a separate and distinct entity that is responsible for administering the program for enforcing regulations. And it has a governing board that looks over the shoulders of the executive officer and its staff to make sure that what they are charged to do is done properly. Our job is a different job. Any other business? Thank you. You don't know what it is?
No.